Call the Senate to order. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Barnett. Senator Barrett. Senator Berry. Senator Blackman. Senator Blackwell. Senator Blunt. Senator Boyd. Senator Brumfield. Senator Bryan. Senator Butler. Senator Carter. Senator Chadzenall. Senator Chisholm. Senator DeBar. Senator Delano. Senator England. Senator Fillingame. Senator Frazier. Senator Harkins. Senator Hickman. Senator Hill. Senator Hobson. Senator Horn. Senator Jackson. Senator Johnson. Senator Jordan. Senator Kirby. Senator Ladner. Senator McCon. Senator McClendon. Senator McMahon. Senator Michelle. Senator Norwood. Senator Parker. Senator Parks. Senator Polk. Senator Rhodes. Senator Robinson. Senator Seymour. Senator Simmons of the 12th. Senator Simmons of the 13th. Senator Sparks. Senator Suber. Senator Tate. Senator Thomas. Senator Thompson. Senator Turner Ford. Senator Whaley. Senator Wiggins. Senator Williams. Senator Younger. Mr. President, a quorum is present.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Senators and guests in the gallery, please rise for the invocation to be given by Dr. Stephen Baez, who is the pastor of the Orchard Church in Waynesville, North Carolina, especially here today at the request of Senator Rhodes and in town for a funeral, and we're excited to have him here in our capital. Following the invocation of Pledge of Allegiance by Senator Rhodes. Okay, Dr. Baez.
It's an honor to be with you today. If you'd please join me in prayer. Lord, I pray that your authority, the authority of the Most High God, would be known here today by way of the promised presence of the Holy Spirit inside those who are born again. I ask for your manifest presence to be known in this house by way of the supreme source of knowledge, which is to understand information for what it really is. By way of the supreme source of wisdom, to know how the decisions made today will affect the lives of Mississippians tomorrow. And by way of discernment, to perceive clearly between good and evil, selflessness and selfishness. I beg you, Lord, to place the honorable and desirable burden of servant leadership on each civil servant that is present, from which each man and woman cannot resist but to sacrifice their own good for the good of their fellow man, while also fighting for the good of all. I beseech you, Lord Jesus, to foster undeniable and unprecedented unity in this Senate, that we love our state more than we love our party, that we love our fellow citizen more than we love our policy, and that we love our future more than we love our past. In such love, I pray, partisanship dissipates, and that unity be a shared vision that you, Lord, birth in our souls and is practiced by our actions. A shared vision to see Mississippi governed, to bring you glory and fulfill the inherent desire of every Mississippian to be valued, to be loved, and to have opportunities to protect life, preserve liberty, and pursue happiness. Lord, I thank you for my home state that has incredibly influenced my personhood and that of my wife. May this Senate work to give this state and to govern this state, by which hundreds, thousands, and even millions are quick and willing to share the same sentiment as I share. One of pride and gratitude for a state that presents opportunities for quality education, to save and create safe communities, for the protection of the most vulnerable of our society, and a brimming future marked by attainable potential. May each senator be willing to peer deeply and honestly into our distant and recent past, learn from our victories and failures, and righteously embrace the most virtuous quality of any politician in any capacity, meekness, to exercise power under control. Lord, my prayer is that this 2025 Senate of the state of Mississippi, one of the greatest of the United States, be one that would accomplish more, not necessarily by legislation, but by unity than any Senate before. Lord, would you place each person in this place under your authority, and would you draw unto yourself any man or woman in this place who does not know you as Savior and Lord by way of your eternal love and immeasurable grace. In the name of the Lord Jesus Christ, amen.
Amen.
Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Senator Rhodes needs a little help. Glad to have you here. I'm sorry, sir, for a very difficult time. I know it's difficult. Thanks. I'm home. Thank you, Dr. Bass, and welcome back to Mississippi. We're glad you're here. Now the reading of the journal, Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we dispense with the reading of the journal.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the journal. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Message and petitions, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, there are none.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Senator Blackwell, committee reports.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we dispense with the reading of the committee reports.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of committee reports. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Next, the reading of the titles of bills and resolutions. I recognize Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we dispense with the reading of the titles of the bills and resolutions.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the titles of bills and resolutions. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Okay, we go to introduction of guest Senate. I see a number in the gallery here. Introduction of guest. We will start, as we should, with Senator Rhodes.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the South Gallery, if you would, join me today in welcoming my dad to the State Senate.
And you thought he'd never amount to anything, so here he is. A senator in the Mississippi Senate is doing great. Senator McCon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've got a couple to announce here. In the North and West Gallery, I'd like to welcome the Newton County Elementary Gifted Education, Chris Whittle, Mandy Hopkins, and John May. Will you give them a big round of applause? Here they are standing up here. And then we also, in the North and West Galleries, we have Union Public Schools Gifted Education with Katie Goss. We make them feel welcome.
Okay, thank you, Senator. Senator Williams,
Introduction, Mr. President.
please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. All our doctors of the day are great, but as evidenced with the theme this week, I think we've really got the A team out here, the first two doctors of the week. If over by the smokers table, you would help welcome me with North Mississippi Medical Services in Maben and Eupora, not only my doctor, but a close personal friend, Dr. Craig Moffitt. Welcome to the Senate.
I'll call you if I need you, Dr. Moffitt. Senator Horn,
Introduction.
please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to direct the Senate's attention to the South Gallery, where we have the Madison County Business League's Executive Director, Ms. Jan Collins. And I'd like to give her a warm welcome and then introduce her guests. Let's give Jan Collins a warm round of applause. And Mr. President, she is here with many of the future leaders of Madison County who are members of this year's Executive Leadership Program. Let's give them a round of applause. And also, Mr. President, amongst those future leaders is a gentleman named Austin Stewart that Senator Jeremy England wanted to especially point out. He, along with Senator Sparks, went to law school with Austin Stewart. Let's give him a round of applause.
Senator Rhodes,
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. I got one more introduction.
please proceed.
Sitting over here at the smokers table with my friend, Pastor Baez, is my better half, Ashley Rhodes, is visiting with us today.
Yes.
Welcome her to the Senate.
Thank you, Ashley. We appreciate you and the support. All right, any other introductions? Any other introductions? Seeing none, we'll go to the calendar.
Senator Hawkins, President-elect.
One moment, his light is not on, honey. 1 second, let Senator Harkins get back to his desk here. Okay, Senator Harkins, you're recognized for an introduction, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Like Senator Rose, I'm joined on the floor today by my mother, who just celebrated a birthday yesterday. So if y'all would please help me make her welcome.
Pam, it's great to have you here. Thank you. Thank you. All right, anyone else? Anyone else? Okay, appropriations. Senator Hobson, you recognize we're on item 1, Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 3055, appropriation tourism, Department of.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the appropriations bill that we created if the Department of Tourism bill, which we've passed in the Senate, goes to the House. If that is created separately, we will need a vehicle to be able to fund that agency. So that's all this is. This bill has, if you'll look at the bill, it has zeros as far as the amount of money is included. This bill will only be effective if that bill passes, and right now it stands repealed the date prior to its enactment, so we can make sure that we have everything in place for a new Department of Tourism should it pass. I'll yield for questions, Mr. President.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator.
If none, my motion is passage by use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Pardon me? Okay. Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to that procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator Hobson. Finance, Senator Harkins, you're recognized. Item 2.
Please call our meeting. We're going to recess.
Senator Harkins, you're recognized.
For announcement.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Finance Committee will meet briefly upon recess and after the event in room 216 clears. We have just 2 or 3 bills to take up in committee today.
216, and Senator, we're going to hold and retain their place on the calendar, items 2 through 11.
No, we're going to come back at item 2.
Okay, so you're not passing these yet? No, okay.
We're going to recess.
All right, Senator Carter.
Thank you, Mr. President. Are we on announcements, or are we still on the
Yes, sir,
calendar?
we are.
Okay. The Senate Energy Committee will not meet today.
Senate Energy Committee not meet. Senator Younger.
Mr. President, I'd like to remind everyone of the Catfish Farmers of America lunch today down at the Farmers Market. You should be able to leave the Trade Mart if you're going down there and swing by. Otherwise, they'd love to have you.
Thank you. And Senator Thompson,
Announcement, Mr. President.
please proceed.
Senate Ports Marine Resources will not meet this afternoon. We'll meet tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning in room 407.
407, Senator Thompson. Senator Butler,
Announcement, Mr.
please
President.
proceed.
The Joint Committee on State Investigating Officers will meet Monday in room 113 at 2:30.
Monday at 2:30, Senator DeBar,
Announcement, Mr. President.
please proceed.
Education will not meet today, but will meet tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock in room 216.
216, Mr. Clerk, tomorrow morning. Senator McCon,
Announcement.
please proceed.
Forestry will meet Monday after recess, or after the other committee. I don't know if anything else is announced, but after recess or the other committee that's been called.
After recess, the other committee has been called at 2:30. Forestry, Senator Younger,
Announcement.
please proceed.
Highways and Transportation will not meet today after lunch. Thank you.
Highways and Transportation will not meet. Senator Barnett,
Announcement.
please proceed.
Corrections will meet tomorrow in room 210 at 9:30.
210 at 9:30, corrections. Other announcements? Other announcements. Senator England,
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Elections Committee will meet tomorrow at 1:30 in room 407.
1:30, 407, Mr. Clerk. 1:30, 407. Senator Simmons, S.
Introduction.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of Senator Jordan and I, we would like to introduce R.H. Building Elementary School in Tutwiler, Tallahatchie County. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, let's please make them feel welcome. Thank you all so much.
Welcome. Y'all all look so sharp today. Welcome. We're glad you're here. Okay, Senator Hill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I believe I may have some Republican women from Pearl River County that are making their way into the gallery. If so, we'd like to welcome you today.
Republican women have been. Senator Suber.
Thank you, Mr. President. Introduction out of order.
Please proceed.
In the West Gallery, I have 4 special ladies. I have Linda White, Kay Tyler, Kathy Blackwelder, and my mother, Linda Allen. Welcome to the Senate.
Thank you, and welcome. Ms. Allen, nice to have you with us. Senator Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like for the Senate to help make welcome my good friend all the way from Batesville, Mississippi, Mr. Coolidge. He's in the Northern Gallery, I believe. Let's give him a round of applause. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Jordan. I'm sorry, Senator Fillingane.
For an introduction, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the South Gallery today, we have some of our state podiatrists with Mr. T.J. Harvey. If y'all stand up, we want to make you welcome to your state Senate.
Hey, T.J., good to see you. Other introductions? Okay, we'll go to Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we stand in recess till 1 p.m.
Stand in recess till 1 p.m. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We stand in recess. I'm sorry, 1 moment. Senator Horn, for what purpose?
Introduction out of order.
Proceed, please, and then we'll adjourn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate your indulgence. In the South Gallery and the West Gallery, I'd like to point the Senate's attention to the Mississippi Links. Their Southern Area Legislative Affairs and Resolutions Chairman, Ms. Tiffany Johnson Cole, is with us, along with the Links who are from all over Mississippi, and they conduct youth mentoring activities to help build future strong communities and future leaders. I'd like to ask that they stand and have the Senate make them welcome.
Senator McMahon.
Thank you, Mr. President. Introduction out of order.
Please proceed.
Before any rumors get started, I wanted to introduce this young lady over here to my right. My mama's here today. Let's give her a big welcome from the Senate.
Senator Simmons.
Oh, microphone.
Yeah, Senator Simmons asked, he'll get it on. You can pick it up, ma'am.
Introduction.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the South Gallery, I would like to introduce a few ladies with the Mississippi Delta Links. We have Miss Luda Walton, Vanessa Long, Marilyn Stark, Zena Wentz, and Shirley Fields. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, let's please give them a warm welcome. Thank you so much.
Okay, any others? Motion was to stand in recess. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We stand in recess.
Check. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, on behalf of Senator Sparks, Senator Chisholm, and Senator McMahon, please welcome Baldwin City Schools gifted classes.
Call the Senate to order. Senator Harkins, item 2, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 2, Senate Bill 2805, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2805, Hotels Revised Definition for Purpose of Local and Private Sales Taxes and Conform for Health Regulations.
I'll make the usual motion.
The usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I like my motion is we adopt the committee sub and recognize Senator Johnson to explain.
Senator Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill updates the definition of what a hotel is. So the intent of the law is that any short-term rentals to stay the night in would be taxed like a hotel would be taxed. Currently, we have third-party apps or companies that lease properties such as a VRBO or Airbnb or Expedia, where some are collecting the tax, some are not. And this attempts to clarify the law to include those third-party facilitators, and that's an explanation of what the bill does.
Questions on the bill? Senator Hickman, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
You for a question, Senator?
Yes, sir.
You're recognized, Senator.
Just want to make sure, so this will require, like, any municipalities that have, tourism tax that are applied to hotels and stuff like this, this will require these third-party companies to also collect those taxes and remit them to the appropriate agencies.
It clarifies for them that they are supposed to do that. Some realize they're supposed to and some don't. So this just clarifies that they should be collecting that tax.
So basically, it just brings them into code or into our law correctly, letting them know they're supposed to be here.
That's correct. And I think VRBO also weighed in on this and helped draft the language. And so it should not be any issues. And it also keeps it from being directly on the person, say the homeowner that does a VRBO. It's the third party that has to collect it. If there's no further questions, I move adoption using the morning roll call.
Got to adopt this committee substitute.
Move adoption of the committee sub.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. On the bill.
Move adoption using the morning roll call.
Use the morning roll call as requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Or is voting no? Michelle, no. Anyone else? Present, Hill. No, Hill. No, Chisholm. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, the bill passes by use of morning roll call. 2 noes and a present. Senator, item 3.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to Senate Bill 2995 and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2995, ad valorem taxes authorize local governments to grant exemptions for raw materials and work in progress inventory.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Recognize Senator Johnson to explain the bill.
Senator Johnson, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill would add to the things that a county has an option to, a county or municipality has an option to exempt from ad valorem tax. They would add in exempt raw materials and work in progress inventory, and just gives them a per case or per option basis on who they would, or that they could exempt that from ad valorem tax. I believe that one of the areas that this is an issue is in DeSoto County, where there's significant investment in Mississippi for warehouse space, and this would allow for it to be competitive for people to locate warehouses in that area. And that's an explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill, Senator Polk?
Question, Mr. President.
You for question, Senator Johnson. Senator
Yes.
Polk's recognized.
Thank you. Senator, this bill would affect only new businesses or those that have already existed?
The way that I read it, it is any business. In the section that's already part of law, the way I read it is that it would be any business, not just a new
right
business.
here. We're going to do a few of these, and then I'll drift back up here.
So a business that's been there 20 years, the local authorities could exempt them on a case-by-case basis.
That's the way that I read the bill, yes, sir.
Okay. Would it surprise you if I said I would like to see if the local community does approve an exemption of a previous existing business, that they have to do it for all of the class lists that we're doing and not do a case-by-case winner and loser choice?
No, I would not be surprised.
Okay, I have an amendment at the proper time. Thank you.
Other questions? Seeing none, Senator Polk. One moment, please. Okay, Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've spoken with Senator Johnson, and he's agreed that we need to send this to conference and allow for this to be discussed more in the ability to make it not such a we choose the winners. So I'd ask that we approve the amendment.
Senator Johnson, you're recognized to speak on the amendment.
I have no issue with the amendment.
Okay. Senator Polk, we're ready for your motion on adopting the amendment, sir.
Motion is to adopt the amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Johnson, we're back on the bill.
Move adoption using the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object? Court is voting no. Present. Hickman, present. Anyone else? Present. Simmons, D. Anyone else? Jackson, present. Simmons, S, present. I got you. Brumfield, present. Jordan, present. Hill, present. Anyone else?
I'm going to leave the bill up here.
Anyone else? Seeing none, the bill passes with the presence noted. Item 4.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to Senate Bill 2844 and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2844, TVA Service Area Utilities Grant Fund Establishing Fund with GO bonds and diversion of TVA payments in lieu of taxes.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. You're recognized, Senator.
My motion to adopt the committee sub and recognize Senator Bryan to explain the bill.
Senator Bryan, you're recognized to explain the committee substitute.
Thank you, Mr. President. The first thing that Senator Suber and I would like you to know about our bill is that it has a reverse repealer. This is a step in trying to solve a problem that I think everybody in this legislature would like to solve. We just don't quite know how to do it. There are 3 areas in this state which are served by municipal electric departments who live in rural areas. The Okolona, New Albany, and Holly Springs city electric departments cover a large area of rural population. There are other municipal districts with a little bit of land here, yonder, and there, but these 3 are unlike any other. So the people outside those municipalities do not have and have never had any say-so about how the utilities operate. The situation in New Albany is fine. The situation in Holly Springs and Okolona is not. The electric the rights of way in those areas have not been properly maintained over the years. The power poles themselves are not up to standard. And I think in both areas there are frequent power outages, much greater than anyone should have to endure 1/4 of the way through the 21st century in the United States of America. Meanwhile, TVA, which provides power to these municipal districts, made application to the Department of Energy for grants to improve infrastructure at various utility departments in their service area, which includes several states. I do not know how TVA came up with this list or any of that. All I know is TVA made application to the Department of Energy. The application has been approved, and that includes $11 million for Okolona, which must be matched. The money for this, I think, has been frozen. I don't know that it's possible to figure out the exact status of it. But at any rate, there's $11 million that has been earmarked for Okolona if they can come up with a match. $22 million will not solve all the problems in Okolona. $22 million, which is geared for substations and infrastructure of that type, will go a long way toward giving the foundation for Okolona to do better in future years. The third thing that's going on is that TVA sends money to the state of Mississippi because they are exempt for property taxes. Over the years, almost all of that money has been returned to taxing districts in the TVA service area, who in fact are the entities that are losing the ad valorem taxation. But 10% goes to the general fund, which is somewhere between $2 and $2.5 million a year. This bill would divert that $2 to $2.5 million a year to a fund established at the appropriate office at the Mississippi Development Authority, which would be for the purpose of providing matching funds for utilities in the TVA service area. Everyone in the area would ultimately benefit. The most immediate beneficiary would be Okolona, which would get some, but not all, of its $11 million match from this fund. The bill authorizes the department to issue bonds pledging this as collateral. It is important to do something to show the folks in these areas that there's some hope, there's some way that they can get stable electric power. This is not in perfect form, but we desperately need to take a step, because at the end of the day, when there is a solution for Okolona and for Holly Springs, this will be a part of it. That's what the bill does. I appreciate the committee's support, and I would appreciate the support of the Senate. If there are no questions, I would suggest use of the morning roll call.
We got to adopt a committee substitute first, Senator Bryan. And we have a question from Senator Hill. Is this on the committee sub? You yield, Senator Bryan?
Yes, I'll proceed however the chair suggests.
You're recognized, Senator Hill.
Thank you, Senator Bryan. These are those municipalities that control the electricity, correct?
The Okolona control, the city of Okolona controls the Okolona Electric Department without any output from anywhere else. And the Holly Springs city controls the Holly Springs Municipal Electric Department.
And TVA is the distribution authority for those municipalities, correct?
That is correct.
Are those municipalities subject to the Mississippi Public Service Commission regulations?
No, they're not.
Could that be why they're in such shape that they're in now?
Well, there are plenty of, I mean, it's a sort of a situation where there are dozens of electric departments in the TVA service area. The two that have problems of which I'm aware are Okolona and Holly Springs. I have no knowledge of anybody else in the service area, or indeed in the state of Mississippi, that has unreliable power service to this degree. I think, and part of, I sort of think behind your question is, how come them? What happened?
Yeah.
And I think it's the fact that the municipality has, if you want to call it this, the burden of providing service in rural areas, which of course is more expensive than providing it in a city. And you've got two cities who have not been as affluent and have not been growing as much as other cities. That, I think, is why these two cities have this problem. I think New Albany, which has been growing more and is more affluent in many ways than the other two areas, is able to do well because they've had more money to work with over the years.
But typically, don't utility companies get their service money from rate-based charges? I mean, that's how the PSC operates, the ones that are under their jurisdiction.
Well, electric power companies were established because there was not sufficient revenue generated in rural areas to pay for the investment and all that was required there. So in the case of electric power cooperatives, they get additional funds because of that and have over the years. The quirk is that these two areas have a rural area to support and not enough municipal areas to offset it.
Has there been any chance of them basically merging with some rural cooperative that's better able to manage that area?
I don't think there's any rural cooperative that's interested in doing that.
Are these the same places that were paralyzed during that ice storm that were?
I don't know. I know there have been ice storms. I know there have been ice storms. I know there have been tornadoes. I know there have been problems. I do not know that weather is, I don't know about Holly Springs.
I don't know. It seems like whenever we talked about this on the floor before, it seems like I remember some of the people that represented that area saying that they had refused some help from some outside entities during that ice storm, and I don't know if you're aware of that, but that would be concerning if that was actually the case, that they could have gotten power back on sooner, but that's not something I can verify. I just did not know if you had been told that.
That sounds, the short answer is I don't know.
Okay.
The longer answer is, if so, that sounds a lot more like a Holly Springs operation than a Okolona operation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hill. Senator Suber, for what purpose?
Question.
You yield, Senator Bryan?
Yes.
You're recognized, Senator Suber.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Brown, I think last year we did pass some legislation which added Okolona and Holly Springs under the jurisdiction of the Public Service Commission.
Well, if you say we did that, I believe you.
Well, I just
Can you reassure Senator Hill that we did that?
I think I just did. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Suber. Senator Williams, for what purpose?
A question, Mr. President.
You yield, Senator Bryan.
Yes.
Senator Bryan, Senator Suber, I appreciate what y'all trying to do. We've got residents in rural areas that don't have power, and we're trying to get them there. If we were to take the handcuffs off this money, who gets the money? Do the municipalities?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
We're trying to free up this money so that it can be used to go to the improve the grid, if you will. Who gets the money? Who will be writing the checks to improve the grid?
It would go to the electric power, the municipal electric power people. But if they get money through the TVA grant, TVA will be overseeing that. This money would flow through the Mississippi Development Authority, and I forget the name of the entity over there that deals with such things. So there will be oversight that goes with these funds.
That's kind of where I'm driving, because in some of these places, they don't know that it is the case, but there's a concern that poor management was involved there, because our rural cooperatives don't have any municipalities offset and seem to be able to do that successfully. And if there's poor management, I'd hate for us to be spending money that wouldn't be used as it should be.
I can assure you that the strongest advocates for the people in the area served by Okolona and Holly Springs municipal power districts are also the strongest advocates for oversight of every penny that goes there.
Thank you. Appreciate y'all trying this.
Thank you, Senator Williams. Senator Turner Ford, did you have a question? Okay, seeing no further questions, Senator Bryan, I believe, did you make the motion to adopt the committee substitute?
I so move.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Now, Senator, on final passage.
I suggest use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use of the morning roll call on final passage. Is there anyone that objects to this procedure? Anyone who wishes to be recorded as voting no? Senator Hill recorded as voting no. Seeing no others, please record all of Senator Blackman present. Present. Senator Blackman present. Seeing no others, Mr. Clerk, please record all others present on the morning roll call as voting aye, and the bill passes. Senator Whaley, for what purpose?
With unanimous consent, I'd like to be added as a co-author, please.
Any objection? Seeing none, Senator Whaley is added as co-author of Senate Bill 2844. On to number 5 on the calendar, Senator Harkins, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to Senate Bill 2968, item 5 on today's calendar, and have the title read.
Please read the title, Mr. Clerk.
Senate Bill 2968, ad valorem tax specify provisions for determining the true value of rural structures.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. You're recognized, Senator.
Move we adopt the committee substitute and recognize Senator Rhodes to explain the bill.
Senator Rhodes, you are recognized to explain the committee substitute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 2968 sets rules on how tax valuations are calculated for secondary rural structures such as barns, silos, poultry houses, and grain bins. Many legislators and landowners have raised concerns over the valuation process of our rural structures over the last year, and due to sharply rising property valuations, and this bill just seeks to fix that problem. If a rural structure was already in use or in operation before January 1st of 2025, the value shall be calculated in the future based on its initial value on the previous manual. And if it's built or in operation after January 1st, 2025. Okay. It will follow the latest Department of Revenue guidelines. It will set up depreciation at a steady rate of 7% per year. And for poultry houses, it will have a floor of 20% so that it cannot drop lower than that. And it also includes the 45% economic obsolescence adjustment that's been in the manual since 2009. This bill just aims to ensure fair and predictable taxation for farmers and our rural property owners. And that's the explanation of the bill.
Are there questions? Senator McMahon, for what purpose?
Question.
You yield, Senator Rhodes.
I yield.
You're recognized, Senator.
Does this only have to do with farm property?
It deals with secondary rural structures as is classified in Chapter 5 of the DOR's manual. I can get you a copy of it if you want to see it. It includes pretty much your ag-type structures, no dwellings.
No dwellings.
No
It's
dwellings.
only ag structures.
That's right.
Because I had some calls last night from several of the clerks and some supervisors that were concerned about this, and I told them I would ask that to
No
clarify.
dwellings.
Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you, Senator
Good work.
McMahon. Senator Turner, forward.
Question.
Question, Senator, you yield.
Yes, sir.
You're recognized, Senator Turner, forward.
Thank you, Mr. President. So with the poultry houses and secondary rural structures, what effect would those structures being improved have on their valuation for the purpose of taxes?
On improvements on the structures?
Yes, you said if it's in existence at a certain point, just what I'm interpreting is that it's locked in or something
Right.
along those lines. But what if those structures, even though they were in existence as of a certain date, they're actually improved, renovated?
Okay, so I get what you're saying. So it would be pretty much locked from the initial construction would be your starting point. But these are depreciating structures. It's a lot different than other types of real estate and commercial properties where the prices go up. Like these structures are losing value every day after you start using them. So you have to do some updating on some of them from time to time to keep them operational. That's why we have it set to where you cannot go lower than that 20%. So it won't depreciate all the way out. I don't know if I answered your question.
I don't know a lot about this. I'm just trying to make sure I understand what we're doing. But it seems like it's preserving or limiting what the valuation of these structures. Am I understanding that correctly?
So last year, you've got some structures out there that are 30, 35, 40 years old. All right. When they came in and the manual to change, the reason we had so much interest in this and been looking at this, the square foot value more than doubled is what, according to the manual. So it was doubling some property taxes on, or it would have. It was projected to double. So we were trying to fix this before. That's why it's from January 1st going forward that you would be using new construction numbers, values. It's just trying to prevent just your older structures that have been out there forever and getting valuated like they were newer.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Ford. Senator Seymour, for what purpose?
Question, Mr.
You
President.
yield, Senator Rhodes.
Yes, sir.
You recognize Senator Seymour.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is more on the lines of what Senator Turner was talking about. If you do a capital improvement to the house, that would be added back to the appraised value as far as being depreciated off of by the tax assessor.
We didn't address improvements in the bill. So we based it on initial construction. It would be hard. Most of these structures are built a certain way. So, I mean, you could improve the outside of them, but just because, I guess what I'm saying, the structure, the foundations, the way things are made now versus 20 years ago and time before that, whether it's a steel frame structure or wood structure, all those, so it's all valued on the structure anyway.
What I'm getting at is, say you reskin the whole building, or you go in and redo your ventilation, totally, that's more or less a capital improvement to the structure. But this is not addressed in it?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Senator Seymour. Seeing no further questions, Senator Rhodes, your motion.
Move adoption of committee sub.
All in favor, say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Now, Senator.
If there's no other questions, I move for passage based on use of morning roll call.
Senator, yes, use morning roll call for final passage. Is there anyone who objects to this procedure? Is there anyone who wishes to be recorded as voting no? Senator Turner Ford, no. Seeing no others, Mr. Clerk, please record all others present on the morning roll call as voting aye, and the bill passes. Moving on to item 6 on the calendar, Senator Harkins, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 6, Senate Bill 3062, and have the title read.
Please read the title, Mr. Clerk.
Senate Bill 3062, Broadband Technology Development Act, revised equipment definition and increased speed requirement for AV tax exemption.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
Recognize Senator Johnson to explain the bill.
Senator Johnson, you are recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill extends the repealer on the broadband tax sections, but it also updates those code sections. They were first put out, I believe, in the early 2000s, and so there's been significant changes. And the updates that it makes are that it puts a minimum standard on the broadband, the bandwidth. Currently, I believe there is no standard, so it adds a standard for that. It puts a tax credit cap on the income tax credit of $15 million, but no more than $1.5 million per calendar year for any one entity. And then it prevents double dipping on the federal BEAD money. And then it also puts a 5-year time frame on the installation of the equipment from January 1st, from June 30th, 2025 to July 1st, 2030. What that does is allows us to come back and review if we need to up the standards again based on improved technologies. And that's an explanation of what the bill does.
Thank you. Senator Williams, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
You yield, Senator Johnson?
Yes.
You're
Thank
recognized,
you.
Senator
Thank you
Williams.
for this. I think you just said it. Basically, in 2030, we'll come back and reevaluate this to see, because I know we're in the middle of this BEAD build out, and a lot of underserved areas should be satisfied by that time. So at that point, we'd reevaluate it and see if we need to do it again.
That's my understanding. The idea is how this was outdated
Yes.
or not updated, and this forces us to update perhaps minimum standards for broadband bandwidth.
Yes. This exemption sunsetted either this year or next year. Is that correct?
I believe so.
I know it is. What are those minimum standards you're looking now to benchmark the speeds that you referenced? Do you know those offhand? You can tell me later.
Yeah, they're right here. This is for I believe wireless. It's 35 megabytes downlink, 3 megabits uplink for mobile. I believe that the standard for wired is whatever the broadband standard is set nationally.
2,500, I think, but I'll look. Do you know if these numbers were arrived at with the different stakeholders?
That was my
involved?
understanding.
Okay.
That it was several stakeholders, and I'm not an expert.
Understood.
Apparently, we're at 5G now, and so they look at that capability, but we're close to 6G, and we want to be able to raise those standards based on that.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
Thank you, Senator Williams. Senator Hill, for what purpose?
I have a question.
Question. You yield, Senator Johnson?
Yes.
You're recognized, Senator Hill.
With the reevaluations that y'all are doing on the broadband, and I wasn't like on the ground floor conversations of when we first rolled out this program to get these federal funds, but I guess my question moving forward is, while we have people who still don't have any type of internet service, we've seen more and more companies that are benefiting from this program running more lines to houses that already have internet service rather than serving the people that still don't have any hardwired internet service that are having to rely on satellites or whatever. But I guess that's my question is, how did we, maybe you don't know, or I don't know, how did we get to the point to where we're letting people run cable right beside other cable that already have service? And I'm one of those people.
Yep. Well, and I don't have an answer for you. My little bit of experience with that is with, say, electric cooperatives in my area.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that they were running to the most rural areas first that did not have any other
Mm-hmm.
options. I don't know how that went around the state. And I'm also always surprised by what areas have, say, AT&T or some other high-speed option that I would not expect them to, and some areas that don't. And so I don't know the rhyme or reason. You know, a lot of times those are financially driven. However, I think we put in some language a couple of years ago that we were targeting rural areas.
Yeah.
And so
I've just seen it happen over and over and over in my area to where, you know, they were putting it down where there's already cable. Maybe more than one company already had cable. But is there any new money in this bill, or is this just regulatory?
No new money. In fact, we cap. Currently, there's no cap on the credit, income tax credit, and we put a cap on that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hill. Senator Jordan, for what purpose?
I have a question.
You yield, Senator Johnson.
Yes.
You're recognized, Senator Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator, we're a deadline with this program when it was started. Were they given a certain period of time to have it completed?
Well, this is separate from, I believe what you're referring to is where we put out money for electric cooperatives to build out. And I can't answer that. I think there's better people in here to answer that. Some of that may have been with ARPA money, and there may have been a deadline. I'm not sure. But this bill is separate from that.
Yes, but does this bill take care of most of if it does become law, does it take care of most of the rural areas? Because there are students out there who need these services for school purposes.
Yes, sir. I agree with you. We want to get broadband access to everyone in our state.
Sure.
And this bill would apply equally around the state.
It would apply equally around the state, but this doesn't mean that it would be around the state in places where it could be more desperately needed. That's what I'm primarily concerned about, those areas where you have students can't use these services.
Yes, sir.
Does this bill increase those services in these rural areas?
It does not require a specific area, so I can't say that the bill steers money or tax credits towards a specific area.
Yes, but in your opinion, do you really feel that it does? It doesn't say so, but you feel that it does help those, especially students who need these services in rural areas who...
I believe it's an incentive that encourages companies to make investments that can add, say, faster cellular data service. I believe it does encourage that investment, and so I think that through that's one of the things that is needed to get to rural areas.
Well, you say you believe that it does, so we can hold you responsible if it doesn't, huh?
No, sir, I don't know about that.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Jordan. Senator Butler, for what purpose?
Question, Mr.
You
President.
yield, Senator Johnson?
Yes.
You recognize Senator Butler.
Thanks, Senator Johnson. Senator Johnson, I heard Senator Hill talk about new monies. These dollars are dollars that are appropriated by the federal government. Is that right?
No, sir. This is a state income tax credit that we cap at $15 million, and then it has some ad valorem tax credit at the local level. So this, but what it does as far as federal money, there's the BEAD money that's out there. It would keep people from using the BEAD money to qualify for the tax credit. So you'd have to spend separate money than what you received in a grant or from you couldn't use federal money to then get a tax credit from the state.
Okay, but and then those areas that are in need, if those areas qualify for that same type of tax exemption, they'll be able to get it as well?
It is equally applied throughout the state.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Butler. Seeing no further questions, Senator Johnson.
Move adoption using the morning roll call.
He suggests use of the morning roll call for final passage. Is there anyone who objects to the procedure? Are there any senators who wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please record all present on the morning roll call as voting aye, and the bill passes. Moving to item 7 on today's calendar, Senator Harkins, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 7, Senate Bill 3126, and have the title read.
Please read the title, Mr. Clerk.
Senate Bill 3126, income tax, authorize credit for added tax revenue from certain non-gaming capital investment projects at casinos.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Senator, you recognize.
Thank you. I'd like to recognize Senator Delano to explain the bill.
Senator Delano, you are recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. President. This develops an incentive program that's tied to a partial credit of incremental gaming tax from capital growth projects at existing gaming operators in our state. The program would go as follows. If you're in business for 5 years or more, you could take credit of 50% of the incremental gaming taxes created by the growth capital investment project for a period not to exceed 10 years. Growth capital investment project is defined as a non-gaming new capital investment expenditure, and it could be something like a new hotel, new RV park, entertainment venue, attractions, or restaurants. It's not for remodeling. It's not for expansion of gaming space, and it's limited to just those that are going to increase visitorship and increase our gross gaming receipts in our state. And that's an explanation of the bill. And Mr. President, I have an amendment at the proper time.
Senator Hill, for what purpose is this on the bill?
I had a question on the original bill, on the bill.
You recognize. Senator, you yield, Senator Delano? You
Yes.
recognize Senator Hill.
So this is in their incremental taxes that they pay to the state, correct?
Yes, for gaming taxes.
Gaming,
Gaming, and
yeah.
gaming only,
And
no
that's
ad valorem.
And that's a pretty good chunk that they send to the state.
It can be, yes.
Yeah.
But this is only the amount that's above where they are for a period of a 3-year average of their past performance.
Okay. Is there any cap on the credit?
Yes, well, actually, there's not a cap on the credit except for the limit of the capital investment that is made, so is the cost of the project.
Okay. So you don't see this as really adversely affecting the revenue that the casinos are bringing to the state?
No, actually, it will
Think it'll help
increase
it?
it. It will
Yeah.
absolutely, that's the
Okay.
whole purpose
That's
of the
what
program.
That's what I was just trying to digest what it was doing.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hill. Seeing no questions, Senator, do you have an amendment now?
Yes, sir. I think it's up on the board. And this, all that this does is it amends on line 35 to just say that the investment shall be not less than $7 million. $7 million. That's an explanation of the amendment.
Are there questions on the amendment?
I'll move for adoption of the amendment.
Seeing none, the motion is to adopt the amendment. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
And if there are no further questions, I'd move for use of the morning roll call for final passage.
Seeing no further questions, Senator has suggested use of the morning roll call for final passage. Is there anyone who objects to this procedure? Are there any senators who wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator Bryan, no. Senator Carter, present. Mr. Clerk, please record all others on the morning roll call as voting aye, and the bill passes. Moving to item 8 on the calendar, Senator Harkins, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 8, Senate Bill 3165, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 3165, bond authorized issuance for various Mississippi Development Authority programs.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Senator Harkins, you recognize.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is MDA's request for incentive funding request for all of the different plans that they utilize in economic development. And I think you're going to have one coming on the screen that kind of gives a list of all the funds, what they do, and the amount that has been requested. The site development, Section 1 asks for, there's a $20 million request for site development funds. Section 3, the ACE fund, is a $10 million request. Section 5 is the DIP fund, the Development Infrastructure Fund, $5 million request. Section 6 is a port and airport request for about $20 million. Base Enhancement Grant Fund in Section 7 is a $5 million request for military base enhancement. And then the Industry Incentive Fund in Section 8 was a $20 million request. So that is an explanation of the bill. It's just a request with bonds. We have a reverse repealer in it. We've used cash in the past, which is another possibility of using going forward. So it's pretty much a placer bill in its current stage. So I'll be happy to yield for any questions. If not, I move that we final adoption on the one roll call.
Are there questions? Senator Bryan, no questions, but I think Senator Bryan may want to offer an amendment.
Yes.
Seeing no questions, Senator Bryan, you recognize to put forth your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. The amendment, which is on the screen, simply provides another $1 billion to an ongoing project. I had intended on offering this in committee, but I was desperately thumbing through the code trying to find the proper code section, and I never found the proper code section until the bill had already been passed, and the chair was nice enough to suggest that if I offered this amendment on the floor, he would not oppose it. That's what the amendment does. I move adoption of the amendment.
Are there questions on the amendment? Seeing none, the motion on the amendment, all in favor say aye. All opposed, nay. The ayes have it, barely. Now, Senator Harkins, you are recognized back for final passage. Seeing no questions, I think.
No further questions. Move passage on the morning roll call.
The Senator suggested use of the morning roll call for final passage. Is there anyone who objects to this procedure? Is there anyone who wishes to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please record all present on the morning roll call as voting aye, and the bill passes. Now moving to item 9, Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 9, Senate Bill 3166, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 3166, ad valorem tax assessment, direct DOR to assign separate industrial multiplier for commercial solar and wind facilities.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. You're recognized, Senator Harkins.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, currently there is no category for renewable energy in the industrial multiplier trending factor pricing table that the Department of Revenue publishes for assessing true value for ad valorem taxes. Currently, they are using the electric power equipment multiplier, which that figure is going up year over year, and the actual cost for some renewables, especially solar, they're getting more efficient. They're becoming smaller and less expensive. So the multiplier would in fact go down, because what you're trying to do is for annual taxation purposes, all personal property is annually appraised at true value, and true value is calculated by using the replacement cost new, or what it costs today, multiplied by published industrial multiplier value to assess true value. And that's what they apply the ad valorem taxes on. So this is just currently setting up, since there's not one, we're setting up at the Department of Revenue a section that would be just a value of 1. It doesn't depreciate, it doesn't deflate the true value, and it gives time for the valuation service that Department of Revenue uses to come up with a factor. That's what the bill does. I'll be happy to yield for any questions.
Senator Hill, for what purpose?
Question.
Senator, you yield?
Absolutely.
You're recognized, Senator Hill.
So when they do their reassessments, like they typically do on properties, have they been doing any kind of reassessment on, I don't even know if there's wind. I've seen
Well-
solar, but I haven't even seen wind in the state.
Right now, they're using a classification of electric power equipment multiplier, which really is indicative of what they're electrical generation products, so it's not the same. And obviously, over time, 10 years ago, the amount of solar panels it took to create a megawatt of power is a lot different from the number of panels it would take today. So the equipment's getting cheaper, it's getting more efficient, and the price is going down. So how you reflect that in evaluation is what we're trying to accomplish here.
So basically, if you do it as a factor of 1, would that be like less valuation than what they're doing now? Or
You would multiply the cost times 1, which means it doesn't grow or it doesn't deflate. It just gives them basically flat on the assessed value, on the true value of it. And it gives DOR and the evaluation service time to come in with a factor that hopefully they'll have over the next year. So going forward.
so it won't be flat for very long?
No,
They'll
that-
have some index?
They'll try to have this Marshall Swift Valuation Service publishes these numbers, and they'll come up with a number.
So they won't be any different than any other entity as far as how they have a set valuation and multiplier?
Correct.
They're just going to be 1 until y'all get a
Until they
multiplier?
get one, correct.
Okay, so they're not getting any kind of special breaks or anything like that?
No, I mean, I think everybody would recognize that solar equipment, the price has gone down on solar over time, and it's become more efficient, so the true value wouldn't be increasing, it would actually be decreasing. And so when you're coming up with the valuation on that equipment, you're trying to come up with a true assessed value, and I think there's a way to do it, and that's what we're giving them time to
Thank
come
you.
up with. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hill. Are there other questions? Seeing none.
Seeing none, move final passage on the morning roll call.
The Senator suggests use the morning roll call for final passage. Is there anyone who objects to the procedure? Is there anyone who wishes to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please record all present on the morning roll call as voting aye, and the bill passes. Now moving to item 10, Senator Harkins.
Go to item 10, Senate Bill 3168, and have the title read.
Ms. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 3168, Data Center Enterprises, revise certain definitions and other provisions relating to tax exemptions.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. You're recognized, Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a data center tax credit bill, and what we were trying to do, we filed this bill last year. We're trying to basically codify the tax credits for data centers that come to Mississippi. Across the South and the nation, there are incentives for data centers to come to their states, and they usually, most states don't have a provision like Mississippi does where all we can go out is 10 years on tax credits. So there has to be a renewal process, and other states are offering 20, 30-year exemptions on sales and use tax. And so what this bill does is it creates the ability for any company that invests $250 million and hires 35 people, full-time jobs, they have to spend $100 million in the first 10 years on expansion or replacement of equipment. And with that expenditure of $100 million, it qualifies them for an automatic renewal on their sales and use tax exemption. Similar to what we did with Amazon Web Services, and I think the recent data center announcement is using the same incentive package. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to codify that if a company spends $100 million within that first 10 years, a minimum, and they invest at least $250 million and hire 35 people, they will get the extension of the sales and use tax exemption. That is the explanation of the bill. I'll be happy to yield for any questions.
Senator Turner, Ford, you have a question?
I do.
You yield, Senator Harkins?
I do.
You're recognized, Senator Turner, Ford.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. Who makes the decision if the extension is granted?
MDA.
And will the local community have any opportunity to weigh in or express an opinion?
I don't think the local, I mean, no, they won't. This is an industry incentive that we granted others. It just lets them have an exemption on the sales and use tax. But if it's in your district, I imagine that there's a fee in lieu opportunity that you've capitalized on. on the front end that will dictate how that will go 10 years at a time.
And there is no change to that provision?
No, it does not address the fee in lieu. It addresses the company's sales and use tax exemption going forward 10 years. These data centers typically take a lot of recycling of equipment every 4 or 5 years. So during that 10-year period, they're going to be spending a lot of money refurbishing, maybe expanding. And when they do those expansions and purchase that equipment, they'll know that they have that sales and use tax exemption out 10 years and possibly another 10 years if they meet that requirement.
And they would make their application directly to MDA for the extension?
Yes, they would. It would all be to MDA that would certifying that they've spent the money and they've made all those investments.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Turner Ford. Are there other questions? Seeing none, Senator Harkins.
I move final passage on the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use of the morning roll call for final passage. Is there anyone who objects to this procedure? Is there anyone who wishes to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please record all present on the morning roll call as voting aye, and the bill passes. Now moving to item 11, Senator Harkins, you're recognized.
I'd like to go to item 11, Senate Bill 3169, have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 3169, Economic Development Incentives Repeal, remove certain credits, exemptions, and payments overlapping with Inflex.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. You're recognized, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill was requested by MDA for basically cleanup purposes. After passing Inflex, they raved in committee of how successful Inflex was going and how much the business community enjoyed using the program and how just easy it was. And so there are a lot of incentives that are out there that Inflex takes care of, so they're wanting to remove duplicative sections that basically do the same thing, so they're wanting to remove it out of the code and just let Inflex dictate how these provisions are going to be utilized going forward. So that's what the bill does, is it just cleans up a lot of duplicative tax credit language and cleans up the code a little bit.
Senator McMahon, were you seeking recognition?
I had an introduction out of order.
You're recognized for that purpose.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. In the South Gallery, we have a special guest. We have a University of Mississippi student body government senator here, Trey Jones. We ask him to stand from Alcorn County, and I ask the Senate to give him a big welcome.
Thank you. Senator Parker, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
Question, Mr. President.
You yield, Senator Harkins?
I do.
You're recognized, Senator Parker.
Thank you, Senator Harkins. I remember you and I worked on Inflex for quite a while. I'm very happy with what that's done. I think when we were looking at it, the state economist at the time, I think we had around 30 or so types of incentives in the state. Mm-hmm. Do you know with this bill how many are actually being eliminated and how many we will be down to? I know we had like a regional headquarters and we had advantage jobs and we had an airport when I can't remember them offhand, but
yeah, I think there's 6 or so that are listed in here that they're doing away with, and they're going to do a deep dive. I think that's one thing that in my conversations with MDA, they're going to do a pretty deep scrub of the incentives and really look at what's being utilized and what's not, and come back I think next year with a really robust bill of cleaning up the code section and really focusing the incentives where they are being utilized, they work, and trying to kind of explain what works in economic development for the state and what's not. So I think this is not the end of it. I think they're going to continue to utilize Inflex and also look for ways to kind of clean up some of the old sections of tax credits or incentives that MDA has utilized over the years that are no longer being utilized and get rid of them.
And I know one time there was a list by the economist of ones that hadn't been used in many years, but would you agree that since Inflex was implemented, it's made the whole process easier for economic developers and for attracting either expansions or new businesses in the state to just have a more simple model?
Yes, it has.
And this bill just cleans that up so we can continue the work of the simple model and attract more businesses here.
Absolutely. That's the effort.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Parker. Are there other questions? Seeing none, Senator Harkins.
My motion is Passage on the morning roll call.
Senator Harkins suggests passage by use of the morning roll call. Is there anyone who objects to this procedure? Is there anyone who wishes to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please record all present on the morning roll call as voting aye, and the bill passes.
Thank you. Mr. President, I'd like to suspend the rules for the immediate consideration of two items, Senate Bill 3167, and then after that, we'll consider Senate Bill 3128.
Is your motion to suspend the rules for immediate consideration of both items, 3167 and 3128?
Yes.
Okay. Senators, you've heard the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Senator Harkins, you're recognized to bring up
Thank
Senate
you.
Bill 3167.
I'd like to go to Senate Bill 3167 and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 3167, income tax authorized credits for certain in-state television productions or alternate rebate for 75% of credit amount.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. You're recognized, Senator Harkins.
Thank you. My motion is to adopt the committee sub, be recognized to explain it.
The motion is adopted. Committee sub, you're recognized to explain it. Senator Harkins.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a tax credit proposal that is to incentivize trying to lure TV series production, filming and production to the state. Right now, there's not really any of it to speak of, and what this tax credit would do is potentially reimburse part of the spend that goes on in the state that the state directly receives. So one of the things that they would be doing, it would give a rebate at 30% of the payroll taxes paid by a resident of the state, 20% paid by a non-resident of the state. Even though they don't live here, they would have to still pay income tax on income derived in Mississippi. It also gives a percentage rebate on sales use tax, constructor MPC tax derived on projects that are done in Mississippi where the filming and production takes place in Mississippi. Minimum of 65% of it has to take place here, and production has to take place here. It also puts a minimum investment amount of $4 million with a cap of 25%. There is a reverse repealer in it. We're still working with MDA or with Department of Revenue on the project, on the bill to make sure that the wording is right. We want to make sure it is something that it induces these investments. Some of them are getting up to $150 million, $180 million for a series. They usually stick around 7, 8 months and film, and it's a chance to try to grow an industry in our state. There is a little bit more work to be done on it, so we're continuing that work, but that's the explanation of the bill. Be happy to yield for any questions.
Senator Hill, for what purpose?
Question.
You yield, Senator Harkins?
I do.
You recognize Senator Hill.
If we get down to 2.99 on the income tax,
Ma'am?
I said if we get down to 2.99 on the income tax,
Yes.
what's going to happen to all these tax credits?
This would only be a percentage of what is paid. So if they only pay 2.9% and that amount is $5,000, $10,000, they're only eligible for 25% of the amount they paid to the state. It's not giving them something that they're not paying directly to the state. We're trying to make sure that it is a benefit to the state.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hill. Senator Chassenall, for what purpose?
A friendly question.
You're recognized.
Senator Harkins, we discussed this in a meeting earlier today. This will apply to a television series such as Hometown. Is that not correct?
Yeah, there's in the bill it says a state certified production means a television production approved by the Mississippi Development Authority, produced in a company in the state, and the application has to be approved by MDA. But that's the type of stuff we're trying to bring here that has sustainability, long term, year after year filming and production, and creating an environment that would create a new industry in our state.
Well, I'm not trying to speak out of turn because I know Senator Robinson can tell us a lot more about the benefit this has for Laurel. But are you aware that every episode of Hometown now has Viking appliances featured on there?
That's a great Mississippi product.
So this is a good way that we can promote Mississippi. Also, are you aware that there are approximately 3 million viewers of each episode of Hometown, which is filmed right here in Mississippi?
I've been one of them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Chassenall. Are there other questions?
Seeing no further questions, move adoption of the committee sub.
Senator has suggested adoption of the committee substitute. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Now,
Move final passage on the morning roll call.
Senators just used the morning roll call for final passage. Is there anyone that objects to this procedure? Is there anyone who wishes to be recorded as voting no? Senator Hill, no. Any others? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please record all others present on the morning roll call as voting aye, and the bill passes. Now moving to Senate Bill 3128.
Please have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 3128, Strengthening Troop Retention for our National Guard Strong Act, enact.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Senator, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a bill that is intended to help strengthen the recruitment and retention of our Mississippi military. What this bill does is provides for, there's already an exemption on exclusion for guard pay up to $15,000. This would increase it to $25,000. And it also includes the payment of their health insurance. Right now, they're having to pay for it. The total cost on this would be about a little over $6 million. And that's the explanation of the bill. This is to help encourage and retain and recruit new members to our National Guard. And this is just an incentive that will hopefully help them maintain the numbers that they need to provide the services they provide for our state and the nation. And I do have an amendment at the appropriate time.
Okay, we got a question first on the bill. Senator Williams.
Mr. President.
You yield, Senator Harkins.
I do.
Thank you. The insurance payment, this is for the individual, not the family. Is that correct?
Individual only. I think there's 7,241 individual members, and that total for the member rate would be about $4,674,000.
I know when we talked about committee, there's some conversation about some exemption or some discount for car tags. Is that in this version? It's not.
It's
okay.
just the exclusion on pay and the insurance.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Senator Williams. Senator Jordan on the bill, or do you want to get the amendment? Do you have a question on the bill?
Yes, sir.
You yield, Senator Harkins?
Absolutely.
You're recognized, Senator Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, I missed the meeting. You can tell this, but my statement probably won't make much sense. But percentage-wise, this would be what an increase. That sometimes that does help.
It's an increase. The cost of this bill would be about $6,370,000 a year.
And what is it now? I'm concerned about the percentage. Sometimes you say you're getting a certain percentage increase, and that a little more encouraging than just going from the salary what it is now.
Right now, they're excluded. $15,000 is excluded from taxation on their pay, on their salary. This would take it up to $25,000, so it's an increase of $10,000 over what it's currently.
Percentage-wise, that would be about 40%.
That would be 75%.
What?
It'd be, what, 60, it's 15,000 now, public math, Senator Jordan, 66% increase?
Somewhat around.
Yeah, somewhere there. $10,000 from 15 to 25,000. Almost double.
Yeah, that's about, well, let's get the percentage right, because sometimes that's a better selling point than just the money itself. That seems like about 40%, I guess. No, I'm not getting my mathematics right. But anyway, it's a positive thing.
It's about 60%.
Yes. All right, I'll take your word on until I can figure it out. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Jordan. Are there other questions? Senator, you got a motion amendment.
I have an amendment at the
put forth.
time.
You're recognized for that amendment
Okay,
at this time.
ladies and gentlemen, this is some language that DOR requested. The amendment may be up on the screen now. It just basically says for taxable years, it just trims out a few words and keeps the exemption at $25,000. So it's some language that DOR requested just to clean up. Doesn't change the significance of the bill. I'll be happy to yield for any questions. If not, I'll move adoption of the amendment.
Are there questions on the amendment? Seeing none, the motion is made to adopt the amendment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Now, Senator, I see
Seeing
no further
no
questions.
further questions, I move adoption of the Move final passage on the morning roll call.
Senator suggests passage by use of the morning roll call. Is there anyone who objects to this procedure? Anyone who wishes to be recorded as voting no? Present for Senator DeBar. Senator Turner Ford, no. Seeing no others, Mr. Clerk, please record the remainder of the senators as voting aye, and the bill passes. So we just finish those two, him, and then
Senator Kirby, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to pass items 12 through 24 and ask they retain their place on the calendar.
Retainer 12 through 24 retains its place on the calendar. 25, Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
And, Mr. President, at this time, I'd like to request floor privileges for the attorneys from Butler Snow, and also, well, I don't have to have floor privileges, they're actually staff, Ted Booth and Ben Collins.
Seeing no objection granted. Okay, we're ready on item 25, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate.
We're going to read the title, sir. One moment,
Oh,
please.
I'm sorry. Please
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Joint Resolution 202, Mississippi State Senate revised composition of districts 1, 2, 10, 11, 19, 34, 41, 42, 44, and 45.
Usual motion, Mr.
Next usual
President.
motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed,
Aye.
no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Kirby.
Okay, Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, as you know, this is something we've been working on for several months. I'm going to go in detail a little bit about the background and where we're headed. So if you would just bear with me. It's been very difficult. But I want to talk to you about first the court opinion and the order. On July 2nd, 2024, a three-judge panel of the United States District Court for the Southern District of Mississippi held that the legislature needed to redraw some districts to comply with Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. As you know, there were actually 5 different areas that they challenged, and our good attorneys won 3 of those 5, but 2 they did not, and those 2 areas are DeSoto County and Forest County, as you're aware. On July the 2nd of 2024, that same court held that they would allow the legislature until the conclusion of this regular session of this year to remedy those Section 2 issues that were found in their earlier opinion. So for that reason, we're taking this up today. I don't think anyone in this chamber wants to really vote on this today, but we have no choice, so we're going to comply with the court. When I first met up here, and they asked me, what is your goal in this? And I said, it's real simple. First, we have to comply with the courts. Whatever the court said, that's what we have to do. And number 2 thing is I want to be as fair to everyone as I can possibly be and be as open as I can possibly be to everyone. And they've done that, and you guys have done that, and I appreciate it. So after the court issued its order in late July, we began receiving inquiries from members whose districts might be affected by the court ordered redraws. And we allowed every and any member who asked to go over and meet with a staff meaning Ben and Ted. Anytime they wanted to go, we went. Anytime they wanted to go, they were welcome. And they got to view their districts and all the data. Over the course of the past several months, and particularly since the beginning of the legislative session, members have provided input, which I really do appreciate because it's made a difference, about the opinions of the redraws. All members in these areas have met with me and the staff and reviewed the district lines and all the data. So I don't think there's anyone affected that can not say that if you're ready to meet, let's go meet. So as a matter of fact, I was calling them more than they were calling me, saying, let's look at this. I've specifically met with Senator Simmons and other Democratic senators and members of the Black Caucus and have asked for their input as well, so that it's not a partisan deal. We have a court order, we're going to comply. We've received input from outside sources as well. Even the plaintiffs in the litigation sent us proposed plans and suggested redrawn districts. Before presenting this plan to the committee, we invited every member to review the plan. Let's make that so everybody understands there's no surprises at all. The criteria basically was stay within the 5% deviation, which we're ordered to do, from the ideal size of each district, one person, one vote requirement by the United States Constitution. We also have to have contiguous districts, and we've done that, and we've complied with all state and federal laws, including Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act and all state laws and with our state constitution as well. So you can see there's a lot involved and a lot of hurdles to jump to get to where we are. Like I say, we started working on this, I guess July, this past July, and the last few months. They're tired of seeing me. I've been there a lot, and with you guys a lot. And I want to tell every member affected and those that have been over that weren't affected how much I appreciate your input and your hard work. I'm going to describe the newly redrawn districts. So we switched a couple numbers. At members' request, we switched district numbers from the 22 plan. The old District 11 from 22, which is an existing minority district, becomes District number 1. District number 11 becomes a newly created minority district in the area with no incumbent. That's a really important thing to tell you because our maps, regardless of what other maps may be offered, our map has, we did exactly what the court asked us to do, to create a new, in north and south, a newly majority minority district with no incumbent. So they said new minority district. So that's exactly what we've done. The geographic area, of course, as you know, we're talking about DeSoto County. The new district that we're talking about is in western DeSoto County, includes most of Horn Lake and westward boundary, westward to the western boundary of the county, and then going south into Tunica County. And average population or average BVAP is 50.92 in that district. That gives the opportunity to elect. It affords the minority citizens an opportunity to elect the candidate of their choice, and that's exactly what the court asked us to do. Again, let me say there is no incumbent in that new district. Affected districts, and we're talking about the north DeSoto County area, will be 5 districts, including 5 new elections, or it will require 5 new elections in the northern area. The only other area affected as far as the minority district is District 1 with a BVAP of 52.4%, which is no surprise to anyone. The redrawn District 1 is comprised of territory from old Senate District 1 and Senate District 11. So what I'm telling you is by creating, they won't let us have another senator, so by creating a new minority district that the courts told us to do, and one without an incumbent, that pairs Senator Jackson and Senator McClendon in the north. Now, as far as the Hattiesburg Forest County area, Senate District number 45 is the newly created minority district. Again, no incumbent. It's wholly contained within Forest County and includes a few precincts. It does have a few precincts in neighboring Lamar County. The BVAP in that is 51.24%. Again, that gives an opportunity to elect. District can afford minority citizens an opportunity to elect a candidate of their choice. No incumbent, I will say again. Affected districts in this district are because of redrawing and creating a new district there. You've got Senate District 34, 41, 42, and 44. Creation of these new districts will affect, as I just said, 5 districts. So you have 5 in the north and 5 in the south. As a result of drawing the new, as ordered, the new minority district, Senators Polk and Johnson will be paired. The only other affected area is Senator Barnett's area, which has a BVAP. It changed to 53.31%, but again, that will give him every opportunity to be elected. Let's see, what else we need to tell you here. I'll just kind of talk about Section 2 voting rights. As ordered by the courts, we've created 2 new minority districts, Senate District 11 in DeSoto County, Senate District 45 in Forest County in the Hattiesburg area. It does include Hattiesburg. Let's see. As far as political performance is an important consideration in developing this plan or these plans, was maintaining the political performance in each district to the extent that we were able while complying with the court order. Election schedule, the court ordered us to set up an election schedule in the affected areas that were being redrawn. And the plan, of course, as I said, affects 10 senators, elections to be held later this year for those districts. So joint resolution that you have follows the same schedule for the statewide as ordered. But anyway, statewide legislative elections will follow a regular election as if in a regular election year. It provides a general election in November, preceded by party primaries in August, with a period of time for runoffs if necessary. Qualifying dates, which is very important. The qualifying dates will be May the 19th until May the 30th. May the 19th to May the 30th, let me say again, is qualifying time. Date by which a new plan must be delivered to the local election officials not later than they told us, April 25th. These are the same dates, by the way, that the House plan that has been sent to us, they've already passed, same dates that they have in theirs. In conclusion, this proposed plan complies with the court order to redraw these Senate districts and complies with Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, as well as all other legal requirements. We've complied with the court order while affecting as few districts as possible. As some of you know, in that area, at one time you may have been in this map as well, and we worked hard with you and with others to get you so that you wouldn't have to run and that we would have as few as possible running during this election. I think this is a good plan for the citizens of Mississippi, and I urge for its adoption. Mr. President, that's about all I want to say at this time. I do think that maybe there might be some amendments.
Questions for Senator Kirby? Senator Simmons, D. You recognize for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
You for a question, Senator?
Yes.
Senator Simmons is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator, for yielding. Senator Kirby, I certainly want to thank you for all your hard work in drawing these new maps and certainly extending the invitation for senators to come over and express their concerns or their desires regarding their newly drawn districts. And thank you for what you did, certainly in the Delta. But I do have a few questions. Did you conduct some performance analysis regarding the newly drawn?
We absolutely did. Thank you for that question. As you know, our attorneys, which have handled reapportionment for the legislature for I don't even know how many, I almost say decades, but for many, many years, they have 3 companies that are map experts that they send them to. And to be honest with you, this map that you're seeing, as an example, is final map number 14. If it gives you any idea how many we've drawn and how many times we've sent it off, either the attorneys say that will not pass in the courts, they won't agree with that, or the map experts, these companies they send them to, have come back and said no. Now, we have had, I will say that we have had some of those before the number 14 that they did all approve of. But I felt like we could do better, Senator, to be honest with you. And thanks to the people at Ben especially and Ted, we worked hard with the senators and, matter of fact, made, I think, a much better map. We have turned this map upside down, backwards, sideways, whatever you want to do to come up with this. And the map experts say this will pass the courts. This is a good map, and it's a fair map to the state of Mississippi. If you don't mind me saying this, I've worked closely with you on these maps, and I will tell the body that I called you last week.
You did.
And I said, last Friday, and I said, Senator Simmons, I hate to ruin your weekend, but you're no longer running in the election. We took you out.
And
we
you really did ruin my weekend.
And he said I did not ruin his weekend by making him not have to run. So I also want to thank the Rules Committee, because the Rules Committee has worked with us, and I've taken the Rules Committee over there as well, and they've gone through it. And, of course, then we had, as you know, the meeting yesterday. So this was no surprise to the Rules Committee. We've done everything we can do not to surprise anyone. We had another joint resolution, and this one is different from the first one that was introduced, that everyone's had, 3 weeks or a month to look at. The only difference is we've reduced the number of people running and tweaked it, basically, by doing that. I can tell you, I've been over there so many times that we all have nicknames over there now, I think. And I'm not going to tell you what they call me, because I'm not sure, but we got good nicknames for Ben and Ted. So, we did, to answer your question, yes, it has been vetted well. It's by the 3 companies, and they all 3, as well as our attorneys, say this will pass.
In the newly drawn Senate District 1,
yes, sir.
What is the BVAP in that district?
It was, I've got it right here, what does it say, 50, let's see. Senate number 11, let's see.
50.92.
Oh, there it is. There's the bottom, 50.92.
Okay.
That's in the new district.
In the new district. And as I understand it, Senator Kirby, that in these vote dilution cases, even though a district may be right above 50%, vote dilution still may exist if minorities in that particular district cannot select the candidates of a choice.
Well, yeah, thank you, Senator. The courts actually said 50.9. We got that number from the courts. And so we're 59 too. So 50.92. So we actually went a little bit above what they said. But yeah. Yes. Oh, excuse me. The courts didn't say that. The plaintiffs said that.
Okay.
Actually, the plaintiffs that filed the suit said 50.9. Yeah, it wasn't the court. Thank you, sir. That's why they're here.
In the newly drawn Senate District 1, do you have the data of who won the 2024 presidential election? Was it Trump or Harris?
Well, they did. As a matter of fact, what these companies do is, I was told, I don't know if all of them do this, but one of them went through like 17 elections.
Okay.
So it's not just the last election. They go back for years, actually, looking at it and make sure the performance and make sure that people can be fairly treated in an election.
And they looked at the last 17 elections, you say?
One of them said they looked at 17. I don't know. I guess that would probably be the last 17. Yeah.
Okay. And the Senator Reginald Jackson in your map is paired with Senator McClinton.
Yes, sir.
And what's the BVAP in that district?
Well, that one, let's see, that's let's see. Yeah, 52.46.
Okay. And Senate District 11 before this new map had what BVAP? What was the BVAP in Senate District 11 before the?
60. Approximately 62.
Okay.
Before.
And Senator Jackson, he wasn't paired in that district. It was just Senator Jackson, correct?
Senator Jackson is paired now.
Yes.
In this. Yeah.
Yes. But his old district, he had a BVAP of about 61, 62%, and he was paired. And the BVAP now is in the newly drawn district. What is it again, Senator Kirby?
50. What was it? 51. 52.4. Yeah, I'll write that down. 52.46.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And are there any other districts? District 14, I think that's Senator David Jordan district, that's unchanged in your map?
Every district changed. I mean, that's why they're all having to run. Yeah, but did they change the minority district?
No, I'm saying it's Senator Jordan's district. Is it changed in the map that's before the body now?
Senator Jordan?
Yes.
No.
Okay. And Senator
Senator Jordan, I don't mind telling you, he's aware of it. We've talked, and he was in this map at one time.
Okay.
He certainly was.
And we thank you for listening to our concerns regarding that, Senator Kirby.
Thank you.
And making that change.
Well, I appreciate you working with me. We did the best we could do to be fair as we could be. Those that are paired, it's amazing because the North, and South say that's too high a percentage. Other one says that's too low a percentage. So neither side are really excited about the percentages, I can tell you. But to comply, to make the numbers work, and to comply with the courts, this is map 14 that we think is the fairest of all.
Yes, sir. Well, just like I've had an opportunity to work with you, and I know as you presented to the body, this is map 14. You know that I had a map, correct?
Well, you told me, 45 minutes ago that you have a new map.
That's right.
You did tell me about 45 minutes ago you had a new map. I have not seen it, don't know anything about it. But,
yes, sir. Well, to provide full candor to this body, map number 1 that I had, you did get a chance to see that, correct?
Oh, I did see the first one.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Y'all changed that.
And the map that I had in my original proposal had no pairings, no Democrats or Republicans were paired with each other, and certainly
I think I may be wrong, but I think that first map did have pairings.
No, I didn't have it.
No, not the very first one. Okay, yeah. I'm sorry.
The first one didn't have any pairings. Yeah. And the main thing I was concerned about, as you know, was to just make sure.
But you changed the districts so much.
I did.
The districts, people wouldn't recognize their own district, especially in VBAT. So yeah, you did change that.
So my second amendment, and I do have an amendment at the appropriate time, Mr. President, but my second amendment, which I present an amendment, I really like what you've done in the proposal that you have before us, Senator Kirby, in the Hattiesburg area, or what you've done in the South. So I'll just go ahead and say that what the amendment that I plan to present, it will maintain exactly what you've done in the South.
Thank you for that.
But in the North, what I'm doing is keeping what I had originally, which is no pairings of anybody in this chamber, no Democrats, no Republicans are paired, and it has a higher BVAP for Senator Jackson's district. So that's my amendment.
Well, I understand that, but we'll look at it and see, because I really haven't seen it.
Yes, sir.
But I would bet you, based on what I've done and worked with, that some of the other districts that were low BVAP or high BVAPs now.
Yes, sir. And again, thank you again, Senator Kirby, for all your work. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Senator Wiggins, for what purpose, sir?
Senator Wiggins, I yield.
Friendly question.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Pro Tem, so to Senator Simmons' question about the election analysis, which you said this map has gone through, that is just, because that can get a little, people may not know that, but that is basically a scientific analysis of that.
Definitely, their performance studies are very scientific. Yeah.
Okay. Performance studies to determine, it's basically, and this is me paraphrasing it, plugging the numbers in, taking election data from previous, decades, looking at that and comparing it all to make sure that it's complying with what the court has said. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so this map has gone through that, correct?
It has.
And it's my understanding, and please correct me if it's wrong, but if that is not done, that by itself can disqualify a map. Am I correct in saying that?
I think you're correct, Senator.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Senator Jordan, for what purpose, sir?
Senator Jordan.
I have a question.
Are you for a question, Senator?
Yeah.
Senator Jordan is recognized for a question.
I yield. Thank you.
Senator Kirby, this is no horsetail district. I've been in court so many times over those. So this is not a horsetail district. We see on our monitor here, or we have to come up there and look at it?
You're welcome to come up here and look at it. Yes, sir. Yeah, Senator Jordan, your district did not change.
Thank you, Senator Jordan. Senator McClendon, for what purpose, sir?
Question, please.
Will you yield for a question, Senator Kirby?
I yield.
Senator McClendon is recognized for a question on the bill.
Senator Kirby, I want to thank you for your work on this, and thank you for being patient with me on this. I'm probably the one that's been there the most.
No. Well, maybe. It's close race with some of them. They've all been over there several times.
Well, you weren't there a couple times I was there, when I was drawing my map.
Yes.
Because that was supposed to be done in secrecy.
I was not with you when you were drawing your map. No. No.
Could you explain to the body?
Nor was I with the Democratic Party when they drew their map.
Correct. Yes, sir. Could you explain to the chamber when we went over to Pier to look at these maps, just exactly what we could see?
Yeah, well, I mean, if you want me to get in a little detail, I can.
Yes, sir. Because, I mean, we need to get down in the detail. And
sure. When Senator McClendon first came over, I think maybe the first map, I'm not even sure the first time you were paired. But after that, when you came back over, you were. And you expressed interest, maybe even the first time, but definitely the second time. There were some areas that you really felt like you should have in your district. And those were, I think, maybe the school, the country club, maybe church, your son. You had a real concern about the district number changing, and I think we did all that.
No, I'm talking, I appreciate that. Yes, sir, you did. And I thank you for that. And where was that? All that was...
When was that?
Where was it? I mean,
at Pier.
But what portion of that map was I asking for?
Oh, well, I mean, you wanted to make sure you felt that you should keep Hernando boxes. And I think we gave you 2.5 of those boxes.
So, back to my first question. When we were able to go and look at our districts, were we able to look at any other districts?
No, no one was, to be honest with you. And the reason being is there's a good reason for that, Senator. One, like the fact that you wanted certain areas in your district. Even though most of it did involve voters, if we do that, then it would change someone else's district. So every time someone would come over to change something, we'd do it just for their district, and then we'd call the next person over and say, okay, this is what we have drawn for you. You do not have the school anymore, or you don't have the church in your area anymore. So in other words, it's really like dominoes. When you change just one precinct, it just domino effect and changes everything. I had several senators that would come and say, give me one precinct out of this other senator's deal and my problems will be taken care of. Well, that didn't help that senator. It made him have to run. So we had to we all worked together to work it out.
So could you explain a little bit more on this performance? And could you tell me, please, would, say a city that votes quite a bit with a high percentage, say City of Hernando, I'll take that for instance.
Yeah.
I've lived there 36 years. Grew 2 sons there. They're both 31. One's 31, one's 32. Was on the board of aldermen there 8 years and had to go through a redistricting. And as a matter of fact, Mr. Cardin was part of that and did an outstanding job. And I appreciate what we did. And the city of Hernando appreciates it. But when, could you just explain a little bit more how a city's average voting, we hear all the time in DeSoto County, how come y'all are only voting 20%? Why come y'all are only voting 24%? Well, there's 43 precincts in DeSoto County, to my best of my knowledge, last time I looked. And the Hernando boxes average 35, 45, 55% voting. But you get into South Haven and Horn Lake, it could possibly be 4, 6, 8, 10%. So, can you tell me how a performance standard is put together and how that works with a percentage of a city voting, please?
Yeah, well, let me say something first. Of course, before we even got into redoing this, and the reason we had to do all of it to begin with was because of the population shift that we had in the state. As you know, from 2010 to 2020, I think we had approximately 65,000 people that moved out of the Delta. Some of those moved into your district, some moved into other people's district, some moved out of state. But that's what, and I didn't say that earlier, and I should have said that, but the population shift has caused makes it very difficult. And if I think this is difficult, whoever does it the next time, I wouldn't volunteer for it if I were you. Now, as far as performance, the question was, what do you say?
It's pretty simple. I mean, how does voting percentage play into this?
Yeah, well, I mean, they look at the elections, the voting percentages and all that. I mean, they have a formula, each of them have formulas they go through.
Do we have that formula that we could see?
I do not have that formula. I don't know that the attorneys have that. I mean, they may have their own formula. I don't know where they are as far as the attorneys, but for the map experts, I mean, they all have formulas based, like I say, based on the number of people that vote, the percentage of vote, the black vote, the white vote, the Republican vote, all that good stuff. I mean, they have several different things, I'm told, that they go through in their formula. So it's not just, and then, and like saying, they compare that to several other past elections.
So the city of Hernando has 19,000, and I'm harping on Hernando because, like I say, I've lived there for 36 years. It's really the crown jewel of one of the crown jewel cities of Mississippi. It happens to be where the courthouse is. It's the county seat. It's where people go and in the summertime and watch concerts. People come from all over the county just to Hernando because you can walk around, it's safe. It's still a place where, you know, a lot of folks, we don't even lock our doors to a lot of folks. Of course, I probably shouldn't have said that in public because here comes the crime from South Haven, Horn Lake, and Memphis. But should I go back and tell the city of Hernando, we vote a lot, so this is coming into play on the decision that was made to put us where we are?
Well, I think that's been true in the last several elections throughout this state for the last several decades. I don't think that's anything new. It's based on population and the percent of votes that turn out.
So I believe
that's nothing new. I mean, you have to have a fair election. I think you have to do that, Senator.
To have a fair election, if you got 19,000 people in a city, and
I understand that, but you also got to have at least 56,000 in your district.
Oh, yes, sir. I agree. I understand that because the first time I ran, I understood that it was 56,000, but it's actually about 71. That's how cattywampus it was in District 1.
I did the same, and I had to run 2 years in a row. I understand.
Yes, sir. So I definitely understand that part. But what I am getting at is the Hernando boxes and those around it, Love, Eudora, Baker's Chapel, Nesbit, Nesbit East, Nesbit West. Those boxes are a community, and those boxes vote pretty high. So can I go back and tell them that they are being penalized for voting too high?
I don't know how they're being penalized. Now, I don't think they're being penalized. If they're voting, they're getting the person of their choice, I would think.
No, but it goes into the performance, the percentage that you vote.
Well, it does.
Compared to 17 elections is what you said, I believe.
Well, I mean, you could switch that around to anything. You could say the same for any district, whether it be Hattiesburg that we're working on. We could switch it around and say the minorities down there and those that vote real hard, why have they only got a 51% district?
So then why don't we just go by BVAP, but we got to go by performance BVAP?
We do have to go based on the way people vote.
Who says that we do?
I think the Constitution.
Where is it that it says we don't go by the BVAP, but we go by performance BVAP that includes how you voted the last 11 years?
Yeah, it's a requirement. The attorney tells me it's a requirement. The Voting Rights Act has been challenged and upheld by the Constitution.
It's part of the United States Constitution.
Well, I don't know if it's part of the Constitution. It's been
that it takes away the more you vote.
Okay, well, let me just say this. It's
Yes,
the
sir.
Voting Rights Act, and the courts have held it. So I can't change the Voting Rights Act, Senator.
Do you know what the black compared to white population in Hernando is, sir?
Well,
Do we have those
I
numbers?
did when I was over there looking at maps. I don't know it off the top of my head now, because that was one of the many districts, as you know, that I was looking at. I can't remember all of them. Do we have? We don't have those. We don't have those numbers with us.
And before I go any farther, any question that I ask, I hope it doesn't come out racial at all, please, because, I mean, we got sued by NAACP, and could you tell me what that stands for?
Of course.
It stands
the
for
National Association of Colored People.
And we're going by what kind of VAP? BVAP. What does the B stand for?
It stands for Blacks, Voting
okay.
Age Population.
Okay. And then we have whites. So whatever I say here, I'm trying not to be, it is not racial at all. This is part of the process that we're doing, correct? Okay. So we don't have a formula.
You what?
We do not have a formula that we can look at.
No, we don't have the formula of the professional map companies that review these for performance, no.
Is this the same company that vetted the last map we did for redistricting?
They did, and the ones before, and the ones before, and the ones before.
So this is the same company we've been using?
And they did, and you got to realize, that doesn't mean I agree with what they did, but you got to commend our attorneys because they still, the judges held that we have to have 2 elections out of 5. I can't ever tell you what the courts are going to do, and I'm sure no professional, no attorney, no one can tell you what's going to happen in court. Once it goes to court, anything can happen. If we don't come up with a map and it goes to court and they draw the maps, then what's going to happen? Yeah, I can tell you. The first map they sent us had 41 of us running.
So our last redistricting map went through the same scrutiny, exact same scrutiny with 17 years of elections, all these different formulas that nobody knows about. Everything went through the same vetting process, the last redistricting.
That's my understanding.
That's comforting to know.
Yeah, and we, of course, I understand that we're not the only state that was challenged by the NAACP either. I think most every state that had elections was challenged.
So what was the outcome in court again?
Where?
The outcome when the plaintiffs...
Of where?
Why are we in this mess?
Why are we in this position? Because as I started out the thing saying, on July the 2nd, 2024, a 3-judge panel appointed by Republicans, I will say, the United States District Court for the Southern District of Mississippi held that the legislature needs to redraw the districts.
Due to?
Well, I mean, they said due to Section 2 issues found, the Voting Rights Act.
And that's because we didn't use the right formula, or we didn't get it vetted right, or that was their opinion?
I can't tell you what judges were thinking, Senator. I have no idea.
So in no time, and you know, I guess I have to take credit for, and I'm sorry that I put everybody through this, of having to see so many maps. Because once I came up with my first map, then it seemed like an emergency light went off.
Yeah.
Especially in DeSoto. I was told DeSoto seemed to be the stickler, and Hattiesburg was happy with what they had come up with.
Well, I think, I'm not going to say they were all excited and happy they were having to run, no. They weren't jumping up and down, but as far as their district lines, I think the majority of them were happy, yes. I'm not going to say they were all happy.
But I was never able to see Hattiesburg, correct?
Since you're mentioning Hattiesburg too, you know, when they're vetting these maps and they're looking at going through the formula, they don't just look at these districts, they look at the whole state.
Yes, sir, but I was never privy to what Hattiesburg had going on, correct?
No.
Yeah. And I was never privy.
I mean, you never asked, but no.
Yes, I did. Whoa, wait a minute, whoa.
You asked for Hattiesburg?
Well, you know, I couldn't see what District 2 looked like. I couldn't see what District 11 looked like.
Right.
I couldn't see what District 19 looked like.
But you've had time to see the whole state.
I had time to see the whole state yesterday.
Yeah. Well,
yesterday.
Well, you've had time to see Hattiesburg. It hadn't changed for the last month. because we've had a bill that told every precinct of every one of them.
Mike has not had the time to see Hattiesburg, because every time Mike went over there, he couldn't see anything but District 1.
Yeah, we were not showing every senator everyone else's district.
So how can a
Not
person,
until we
how
finish
can a person have a map sent off to, we still don't know the name of this company that we're sending off to all I know, it may be Butler Snow, Alabama, Butler Snow, Tennessee, and Butler Snow, Louisiana.
Senator, most every senator saw their district, most every senator understood, most every senator was happy with what they saw. And
Most.
they didn't, I said most every, I didn't say every. And I know that they were looking at their own districts, just as these other folks are concerned about their district. Yeah, they want to make sure our map passes also, so the courts don't have to draw maps and they'll have to run next year. So,
Yes,
and then
sir.
run 2 years in a row.
And I
So we
appreciate,
have to be careful what we do.
Yes, sir.
And I can tell you that these are experts. I'm not an expert. I
Yes,
just
sir.
try to do the right thing and be fair. But these guys are, and those that did the performance measures are experts, used not only by us, but most every state in this nation.
well, I know that my map, once it was done, and I showed one of my colleagues the map, and he wanted me to change one box, and I did. And we agreed on that, and he was happy and I was happy. So that was the only time I got to see a portion of that district. But let's get back to Senator Wiggins' question. How could the McClendon map be vetted by their company if I don't know the name of it? When I ask,
I
wasn't
don't
told.
know the name of it. You know, and that's, I'm sure, attorney-client privilege. as far
And
as
how could I
know.
come up with a full map to send to that company if yesterday was the first day that I ever had the opportunity to see Hattiesburg?
Okay, I don't remember you ever asking to see Hattiesburg. I really don't. You kept
Senator
talking about
Kirby,
your
you would
district.
not let anybody see other districts, so how could I see Hattiesburg?
Well, we were not doing it, but we have done it the last day or two. I mean, anybody can see it.
Am I?
You've seen it now, have you not? You've seen Hattiesburg, Senator, you saw Hattiesburg in the bill. It hasn't changed. It's been out there for like a month. You may not see it drawn on a map, but you saw every precinct if
Was
you
it
wanted
online?
to see it.
Was it online?
Yes.
It was online a
Yeah.
month ago.
Well, say that. No, it hadn't come out of committee. But the bill has been introduced. All you had to do is look at the bill. You could pull it up easily.
And it had gone through Rules Committee.
It went to committee. That bill did not come out of committee, but that bill was introduced. It had gone to committee. All you had to do is pull it up and look to see what precincts were in it
How can I do it without a picture?
by reading the precincts in it.
Look, I sent my map to Bridge and Slaughter.
Who is
And the
that?
first thing,
They're engineers.
they're engineers who Mr. Carden worked with when we redistricted the city of Hernando. It worked out perfect.
But they're not. They don't do performance measures.
They wanted to know, we need a comparison to what, you want to know if this one's going to work or not compared to the other one.
Yeah, I think they do based on population. If I were guessing, I don't know that.
Well, that's what we're going by, BVAP population.
Well, we have to have population, but we have, as I've said, we go through a formula.
But-
Senator, we're going over the same thing over and over
I
and over.
know. My point is, how do you get a map vetted if you can't see what's going on? I did not see DeSoto County until yesterday. How can I get a map vetted?
And of course, you could talk to any
Without the
senator in
comparison.
the Hattiesburg area and ask them about their map. I didn't tell you when they couldn't talk to each other, so you could have done that as well. You could have talked to Senator Johnson, he would have told you. Senator Robinson would have told you. All you had to do is ask. But, I understand. But, and you can also pull it up. As far as showing everyone the map, no. But it's telling everyone what the precincts were, yes.
Was this chamber told that it was done, or it was just out there? Because
Is it what?
I didn't see it on any of these.
What? Didn't
The
see-
Hattiesburg.
What do you mean you didn't see any of these?
It was never on the calendar.
It's in this bill. This is not just an
No,
ordinance.
no,
that
sir,
you
no,
do.
sir. I mean, you're saying it was done a month ago, but it was never on the calendar.
No, because it never came out of committee,
So
because people like you kept asking me to change it.
Exactly, because I'm not happy with it. Because I'm taking 19,000
don't
people
fuss.
in Hernando.
Well, don't fuss. I've done the very best I could
But
do.
how could I have a state
I've
map
done the very best I
vetted
could
if
do.
I don't know what Hattiesburg looked like?
Well, I'm sorry you don't know what Hattiesburg looks like. How about that?
Senator Kirby, please don't be smart, because I can really get smart, and I'm trying to
No,
keep my cool here.
Did I sound smart? I'm sorry you didn't see Hattiesburg.
I couldn't see Hattiesburg. You wouldn't let me.
I don't, okay.
We've got a transparency problem with this thing. Now, I'm going to ask again, what company vetted this?
I'm just trying to figure out how I could be more transparent than I've been.
Well, you could have shown me Hattiesburg, and then I could have had my map vetted by the company that I don't even know what the name is, and we still don't know the name in this chamber.
Well, Senator, I'm sorry that.
Are we not going
I'm
to
sorry
tell
things
the
didn't go
chamber
your
the
way,
name of the
Senator.
company? Are we not going to tell the chamber the name of the company that vetted this
No,
map?
I'm not going to tell them because I don't know it.
Can I ask the attorney?
No. Because the attorney can't come to the podium.
I apologize for that right there. I'm sorry.
If the attorney wanted me to know his, well, if he wanted me to know, he would have told me, I think.
So now
They're
we're at a
using
point
the
that we
same
aren't
one,
transparent.
Senator, I've said it 3 times. They're using the same one that most every state uses. They go through a formula. They make sure that Section 2 is complied with. They make sure it's fair to everyone. I don't know what else.
Do we
to
have a
tell you.
certificate that it's vetted? Is a stamp, a certified letter?
I don't-
Do we have anything that says it's
I-
vetted?
I don't know that.
Can we find out? So we're just going by an assumption?
I'm going by trust I have in peer committee and the trust I have in our attorneys. Yes.
Well, I'm going by the same thing, Senator. I'm glad you just said that. I'm going by the trust of the peer staff because there are professionals, right?
Oh, I think they are.
I think they are outstanding because I went over there for 3 days and came up with a map where we've been working on one for 7 months.
That ought to tell you something, Senator.
It does tell me something. It
It
tells
ought to tell
me
you ours
that we
is
didn't
better
try
than
real
that.
hard to do this unless it's a piece of pizza. And all you do is turn the pizza to get a piece.
And I agree, Senator. You went over there and what'd you say, 3 days? Did that, and I appreciate you doing it. I really do. We've been working on it for months, and we've been trying to be fair to everyone. I think you were probably, if you would admit it, more prejudiced towards yourself than you were everyone else. Well, I was trying to be fair to everyone.
I was not trying to be fair to myself. I'm trying to be fair to my city,
Okay.
which
I'm
I've lived
sorry.
in.
That's true.
And-
It is
and
your
which,
city.
you
Your
know,
di-
the city of
well,
Hernando
no,
was
no,
formed
It should be your district.
1832. 1832, the city of Hernando was formed.
It should be your district that you're fair, we'll try to be fair to, not
Well,
just
you know
the
what?
city.
My district started with 72,000 people. And I'm going to say it, the BVAT was 5. And then the second time we did redistricting, the next time it was, the BVAT was 25.
Yeah.
And now this time we're doing redistricting, and the BVAP's gone to 52. So should I be able to tell Hernando that next time we do BVAP, it's going to be 75?
I can't control where people move, Senator.
Well, I can tell you. You want the numbers for Hernando High School? Let's just look at this.
I don't care about the high school. We're looking at
Well,
voters.
but that shows what people live there, sir.
I've asked that question. They say high school doesn't have anything to do with the number of people that vote.
Well, I really have an issue, and I hope this chamber has an issue that we don't know who vetted the map.
Professionals.
Professionals that didn't do a good enough job last time. That's why we're in this mess. We might ought to go get some more professionals.
Okay. Well, they're professionals. They do several states.
I'd like to offer an amendment, sir, at proper time.
Well, I expected it.
Thank you, Senator McClendon. Other questions? Senator Parker, for what purpose, sir?
Just a brief question.
Brief question, Senator Kirby.
Yes, sir.
You're recognized, Senator Parker.
I do, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know you worked on this tireless hours. I went over there and I tried to put something together myself, and I'll say I was unable to put something together, and I had to lean on the staff and other people like that, and I just told them, I said, I know you're going to work on this and try to do your best job, and so I appreciate that. The only reason I'm asking a question is that there was a comment made a moment ago about the crown jewel. Would it surprise you that I've lived in DeSoto County for longer than Senator McClendon?
Well, no, I just know you've been here longer. I didn't know that you'd lived there.
I've lived in DeSoto County. When I first moved to DeSoto County, the city of South Haven did not have a traffic light. We had a big 55-gallon barrel with 4 stop signs on it, and I will say now that South Haven has a very high population, and we've got a few traffic lights now. My question and concern is, I've also had the opportunity to serve in this body and travel this state over the last several years. And what I've tried to do is, as I go around, whether I'm going to Hattiesburg and working on something that's important to them, or whether I'm working on something for Jackson, or whether I'm in Vicksburg or Hurley or Pascagoula, wherever I am, that city at that moment I consider to be the crown jewel of the state of Mississippi. And so when one city is singled out in this body as the crown jewel of the state, I take issue with that. And would you agree with me that there is no city in this state that is the crown jewel, and that our duty in this Senate body is to represent not just one city, but to represent every city in this state?
I agree with that, Senator.
And just one little follow-up on that too, because I know you've worked hard on this. In the court case, because there was some mention of this a moment ago, if your job in this redistricting was to easily put the incumbents back into their district and have every incumbent in every district easily get reelected, would we need a new map?
Oh, no, I wish we didn't have to have a new.
I agree. And it is a hard thing to pair 2 Republicans. It's a hard thing to pair a Republican and a Democrat.
It is very
But with
hard.
your map, as you explained it, there will be 2 new districts on this map. There will be 2 new people who come to this body, not because we want that to happen, but because the court ordered us to make some changes. And so no matter what happens with what you're proposing, we will be following the court order, and we will be doing what was asked for us to make the changes they required. Is that correct?
That is absolutely correct. We're doing everything the court has asked us to do.
And I will share this too, because my plan is to hopefully not stand back up again. I have had a chance to look at Senator McClendon's map, and Senator McClendon's map, although it does have 1 senator representing Hernando, as he's asked, and as he has a resolution on the desk for, would it surprise you to hear that he has 4 senators representing the city of South Haven, which is where I graduated from high school and where I have spent most of my life?
Senator, I'll let you discuss that with him on his amendment.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Senator Fillingane, for what purpose, sir?
For a question.
Are you here for a question, Senator?
I yield.
Senator Fillingane, you're recognized for a question on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to say, for someone who is going to have to run, as you said earlier, I think you have been just the most accommodating and the most thorough for all of us. None of us obviously wish to have to run again after already having run once before and gone through all that. But that wasn't any of our choices. It wasn't your choice. Is that right?
It definitely wasn't our choice. You're right.
And I can tell you that, at least from my perspective, from the Hattiesburg area, I think you moved heaven and earth to accommodate everybody, to show us all the maps as quickly as we asked to see them, and as many times as we asked to see them. And again, I just wanted to express my appreciation, because I've been through this a couple of times before in my 27 years here, and I can tell you that it doesn't always happen like that. I've been in a situation where I saw the map for the first time being presented on the floor without ever having seen it before. So from that perspective to this one, I just want to thank you for the kindness shown to those of us who are going to have to run and letting us see the maps.
Thank you, Senator. And you're right, that has happened in the past first time they'd see them was on the floor. I've tried to be very transparent in every way possible with everyone.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Norwood, for what purpose?
A very friendly question, Mr. President.
Are you here for a question, Senator?
I yield, Senator Norwood.
Please, Senator Norwood, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Kirby.
Yes, sir.
Just looking, I was trying to find, I see in the north, number one would be the new proposed district.
I think 11 is the new district. Yeah, 11 is the new district.
Okay, in the south, what number is that?
In the south, I think it was 45, yeah.
45?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Yield for the amendment.
One more question, Senator Robinson.
Mr. President, an introduction out of order.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. If you would turn your attention to the West Gallery, I would like for you to make welcome Steve Gent, Executive Director of the Sanderson Farms Championship. Steve, thank you. Oh, excuse me, you're in the South Gallery. Thank you for being here.
Hey, Steve. Done a great job, and they've raised millions of dollars for Sanderson Hospital, and very, very pleased with all the work you've done, Steve, so welcome to your chamber. And we have two amendments coming. Senator Simmons has asked for recognition first. Senator McClendon, you'll be after him. You can ask the chairman if you would like. Chairman Kirby. Chairman Kirby, will you yield for a question on this matter before we start the amendments?
Another question?
Yes, sir, that's what he's saying, I believe.
Oh, yes, I yield.
Thank you, sir. Let me, just a slight rebuttal there to what Senator Parker, who was the chairman of the redistricting in the Senate, I believe. Is that correct?
He was what in the?
Chairman of the redistricting last time?
No, I was chairman. Of the
You were
last-
chairman? Okay.
Yeah.
Senator
I think
Parker,
he was, he may have
Senator
been
Parker was on the committee.
The last time, I'm trying to remember who all was on it. I'd have to look and see.
Senator Harkins, there were a few. Anyway.
I can't remember, I'm trying to think, Senator Frazier, were you on the last redistricting plan 2 years ago? I can't remember who all it was, but yeah.
Did you know, and if you looked at Facebook, you would.
Senator Turner was on it, I remember.
Okay.
And Senator Bryan was on it, yeah.
Did you know that we have traveled corner to corner in this state, from Ocean Springs to Pearl River to Natchez, Meridian, all the way up to Pickwick, Starkville, Oxford. We've gone to town after town, Greenwood, Greenville, Yazoo City, all over the place. And if I said the crown jewel, in my eyes, it is the crown jewel. In my eyes. Not to disparage any other city. I want to make that point clear. And I want to thank Senator Parker for giving me the opportunity to make that point clear. Did you know that the state built a wood plank road it was called the Panola Plank Road, Panola-Memphis Plank Road. And you know where the origin started? Was in Hernando. It was the first superhighway of its time. It was built in 1852. Wood Plank Road. As a matter of fact, it was a toll road for any of you guys talking about gas tax and tolls and all that stuff. Hernando has been one of the oldest cities in this state. It is where, it got its name. Hernando de Soto, who came and discovered the Mississippi River. So, it's amazing how the population of Hernando keeps growing from people that are moving out of South Haven and Horn Lake and Olive Branch to Hernando. And I just wanted to make that point clear, and thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator. I yield for the amendment.
Senator Simmons, you're number one.
Just one question before the amendment, Mr. President.
One question, Senator. Were you here for a question, Senator, before we get to his amendment?
I yield.
Yes, Senator Simmons, you recognize for a question on this bill.
Yep, thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Kirby, for yielding. And I apologize if you've already answered the question regarding the performance of Senate District 1. In the 2024 election, did President Trump or Harris win that election based off Senate District 1, based off the performance analysis from the professionals that you referenced?
Well, I mean, I'm sure they use a presidential election. Do you know? We did. Yeah. Yes, we did use that election. They did.
Who won the election, Trump or Harris?
Well, I think you know that one, too.
Okay. And then in that district, in the Senate District 1 that's actually drawn in the proposal.
Yeah, now I have no idea who won in that area.
Okay.
Like I say, because I don't do the performance reviews.
And did they do the performance reviews statewide?
They do, the
Okay.
statewide performance, absolutely.
And based off Senate District 1 that's being proposed in the 2019 election for Secretary of State, who won, Secretary Watson or Dupree?
I really don't know the answer to that.
And also, my last question, in 2019, in that newly drawn Senate District 1 for Attorney General, who won, Lynn Fitch or Jennifer Riley Collins?
Senator, I could not tell you.
Okay, thank you.
I didn't keep up with that area probably as much as I should have in those elections.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Simmons. You're recognized for your amendment, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senators, this amendment does not change what Senator Kirby just presented in the South as it relates to the Hattiesburg area. The districts that are changed in the South are those districts 34, 41, 42, 43, 44, and 45. And so the data that he just presented in his map is the same data. And so I will maintain that the same professionals that vetted Dean Kirby, Senator Kirby's South, they vetted, I guess, this one as well, but also just like Senator McClendon has lawyers and Senator Kirby has lawyers, I have run this amendment by lawyers as well who basically vetted this amendment. So let's turn to the North. In the North, the districts that are changed would be districts 1, 2, 8, 9, 10, 11, 14, and 24. But the chief difference in this amendment in the North compared or contrasted with Senator Kirby's map is that there are no pairings. Senator McClendon and Senator Reginald Jackson are not paired, and the BVAP, they are passing around not only maps regarding this floor amendment, but also the summary of the statistics for those districts. And if you look at the summary of the statistics for District 11, the BVAP is roughly 57.60%, and the APBVAP, which is the all-persons BVAP, is 58%. Now, the newly drawn district in the DeSoto County area is now District 2. And that BVAP, or APBVAP, is 50.02%. So the newly drawn majority minority district in the DeSoto County area is District 2. And there's only one senator in that district, and that's Senator McClendon. The other districts, to the extent they change very, very minimally, and there are no pairings again. So the main two things are the 2 points that I will ask you to consider. I'll yield to any questions, but I will ask for adoption of this amendment. Would be that there are no pairings in the north. Initially, as I indicated during my Q&A with Senator Kirby, we had no pairings in the south, but because Senator Kirby presented the pairing with Senator Polk and Johnson, and everything else actually were approved by the lawyers that I actually had to vet the amendment, we just wanted to include the South. So the only thing, the difference between my amendment and Senator Kirby's amendment is that in the North, Senator McClendon and Senator Jackson are not paired, and the newly drawn majority minority district has a all persons BVAP of 50.02%, and Senator McClendon is in that district. I'll yield to any questions, Mr. President. If there are none, I ask for the adoption of my amendment by roll call vote.
Senator Turner Ford, for what purpose, ma'am?
I have a question, Mr. President.
You for a question, Senator?
Yes, Mr. President.
Please proceed, Senator Turner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator, how many senators are running according to your amendment?
According to my amendment, the number of senators that will run will be the same number in the South, and Senator Kirby's plan, which will be 5, and in the North, 7.
And when that's compared to Senator Kirby's map, how many are running in the North?
I believe in Senator Kirby's map, Senator Turner, there are 5 in the North and 5 in the South, so 2 more.
2 more running according to your amendment?
2 more running according to mine, and the reason there are 2 additional senators running in the North is because we actually made sure there were no pairings.
Thank you.
Senator Hickman, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr.
Are you
President.
for a question, Senator Simmons?
Yes, Mr. President.
Senator Hickman is recognized for a question on the amendment.
Senator, you started out by saying that the people who vetted the southern part of your map are the same people that vetted the southern part of Senator Kirby's map. Can you tell me the name of those people?
I cannot, Senator Hickman. I was just basically saying that to the extent those professionals, like Senator Kirby presented, vetted his map, because the South of my amendment is Senator Kirby's South, it certainly was vetted. But I also had a group of lawyers that looked at the South of my amendment, and they were fine with it.
So nobody in this building knows who vetted this map, and you don't take issue with that?
I don't take issue with that, Senator.
Thank you.
Senator Williams, for what purpose, sir?
A question, Mr. President.
You, Senator Simmons?
Yes, Mr. President.
Senator Williams, you're recognized.
Thank you. Just a point of clarity, if you don't mind. On this paper, it says districts affected in the north are 8 and the south are 6. And that's 14, which is a net of 4. Am I missing something?
No, you don't count the newly drawn district, so it's 1 less in each area.
Okay. When you said there are no senators running against each other, do we not have a district that has 0 incumbents in it?
In the South, yes.
And so there is a district that will have no one that's a sitting senator, and the same thing in the north?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions? Other questions on the amendment? Senator Parker, for what purpose, sir?
question.
Are you up for a question, Senator Simmons?
Yes, Mr. President.
Senator Parker, you're recognized for a question.
What district in the north does not have an incumbent in it?
It's one.
I think you just said there's a district in the north.
I'm sorry. There's an incumbent in every district, but there's no pairings.
Okay, so
In the north.
So I guess my understanding of Senator Kirby's map was that in creating two new districts, that there is an opportunity for, because this lawsuit was I believe the first race ruling in redistricting, so this is new territory.
Mm-hmm.
And as I read the court order, I think my understanding of it was to try to give African Americans a chance to win additional seats by redistricting. Is that how you read the court order?
Yeah, from my reading of it, it was to create an opportunity district for minorities to select candidates of their choice, but those districts had to be performing districts.
So if you're not creating an opportunity by a new district, in your map, at least in the north, could each and every incumbent just come back and we not have any change at all? And would that not defeat the purpose of the court ruling and what have you? Because that was my understanding, and I guess my challenge in looking at the map too was that, the court really and truly was very clear in the decision to want to give an opportunity for another district to have an opportunity, not a huge, not a 60%, but a 50+1 type of opportunity to win. Would you not agree that Senator Kirby's map, if African Americans ran in the two new districts and performed well, is there not a chance that in that map, more African Americans could be in this legislature next year than in the map you're proposing?
No, I do not agree with that.
I don't understand.
I think it would be less African Americans, and based upon the performance analysis from the attorneys that actually looked at Dean Kirby's map and looked at my amendment, there's a very possible that Senator Jackson will lose the district that he's drawn in with Senator McClendon, and the newly drawn district in the north by Senator Kirby. The analysis that I received this morning says that is not performing at all. There's not an
But now you're
opportunity.
moving into hypotheticals here, because is it not also true that in the district that's being proposed for, you mentioned Senator Jackson, that he could still win that district? Would you agree that he could still win that district in a race?
And Senator Parker, let me be clear. When I say that he can possibly win or there's no opportunity, I'm only going by the analysis that was done. In the amendment,
But you said you have not done an analysis of the north.
I
You
have.
said you did the analysis.
I have.
Yeah. So I'm wondering where the information that you're making that assumption on comes from, because I can tell you how I feel about certain parts of my county and how the turnout might be, but I know at certain times turnout is much different than what we expect for different reasons. And would you agree that in an election like this, it's going to be a standalone election, because I don't know of anything else that'll be on the ballot in November, that really there's no true analysis that can be done on that, because there's not another one to go back to where we can say we had all of these districts running individually and we can predict the outcome of, turnout. Would you agree?
No. The analysis has been done on Senator Kirby's proposal in the north as well as mine. The newly drawn majority minority district in Senator Kirby's map, the analysis of those precincts as currently constructed in that district, there is no opportunities for minorities to select the candidates of his choice. In my amendment.
So you disagree with the attorneys and with Senator Kirby on the analysis of that district?
I agree with the analysis that was done as to the reason why I'm proposing this amendment. The analysis that was done that I've actually seen is that the North, based off performance data, there is no opportunity for minorities to select candidates of his choice. But in Dean Kirby's map in the South, it was fine. There is an opportunity for minorities to select candidates of his choice. That's the reason why I'm including the South in my amendment. But let me
Right.
also be clear, Senator Parker, so you can understand this. In my amendment, the newly drawn minority district in the North is District 2, and it has a BVAP of 50.02. Based off the analysis of that district, even though it's at 50.02,
Yeah.
that now Senator McClendon is in, the performance analysis came back that minorities can elect a candidate of his choice. In Senator Reginald Jackson district in this amendment in the North, which is District 11, the BVAP is 58.73%, reducing his current BVAP by 3 percentage points. But the performance analysis did indicate that the minorities in that district can select a candidate of his choice.
And I would disagree that 50.02 for the BVAP would meet what the courts specified. Yeah, I know that they wanted a higher number than that, and 50.02 I don't think meets that metric, but I do appreciate your work on this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Further questions? Further questions?
If not,
Okay.
Mr. President, I ask for adoption of the amendment by roll call vote.
It's an aye vote unless we have 6 standing. Senator Kirby, are you standing for this?
I'm sorry. Go ahead, David.
Sufficient number. Mr. Clerk?
Barnett, Barrett,
Mr. President, I wanted to speak on it, but
I'm sorry, Senator Kirby. I thought when you stopped walking up, Senator Kirby needs to be recognized. He has the authority and the ability to speak on the amendment.
thank you, sir. Just on the amendment, you know, we were talking, Senator Fillingame mentioned transparency. We've had transparency. I don't know how transparent this is. First time I've seen it. I don't know about the rest of you, but that's to me not transparency. If anybody wants transparency, it should be something that you've studied, thought about, prayed about. But also, I'm not sure because I just saw it, but it looks like maybe in DeSoto County it's 7 or 9. I'm not sure how many. 8 having to run where we have 5. So, you know, it's hard for me to speak against something that I've never seen. But I do think that our map is fair, and I'm not sure about that one. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kirby. Okay, Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Barnett, Barrett, Berry, Blackman, Blackwell, Blunt, Boyd, Brumfield, Bryan, Butler, Carter, Chazanall, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingame, Frazier, Harkins, Hickman, Hill, Hobson, Horn, Jackson, Johnson, Jordan, Kirby, Ladner, McCon, McClendon, McMahon, Michelle, Norwood, Parker, Parks, Polk, Rhodes, Robinson, Seymour, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Sparks, Suber, Tate, Thomas, Thompson, Turner Ford, Whaley. Wiggins. Williams. Younger. Barrett. Chisholm. Johnson. No. Hoke. Voting yes or yay. Barnett, Blackman, Blunt, Brumfield, Bryan, Butler, Frazier, Hickman, Horn, Jordan, Norwood, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Thomas, and Turner Ford. Voting no or nay. Barrett, Berry, Blackwell, Boyd, Carter, Chazanall, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingane, Harkins, Hill, Hobson, Jackson, Johnson, Kirby, Ladner, McCon, McClendon, McMahon, Michelle, Parker, Parks, Pope, Rhodes, Robinson, Seymour, Sparks, Suber, Tate, Thompson, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, and Younger.
Let's go. Vote of 15 yea, 36 nay. Amendment fails. Senator McClendon. You're recognized for amendment, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. If I could I have the amendment read? It's up.
One moment, please. Mr. Clerk. There's no title, sir, so it's good to go. Right? We've got it up on the screen. You're ready to go, sir.
All right, well, let me get my billboards up.
Okay, we got time.
Appreciate you. I want to thank this body for being patient. I want to thank the peer staff because without them, that could not have happened. This map was not made on the back of an '86 Buick on Brooks Road or anything. It's made at the peer staff over there where I would point and they would change. That map, it's vetted by the peer staff, who are professionals, and I didn't hear any objections. The only thing I heard was I couldn't send mine to the same place, and I couldn't find out what the name of that place was. That's where we're at with this. How do you get a map vetted that you can't send it to the same place and compare apples to apples? Now, this place that we sent this map to that's 100% sure, well, not quite, but maybe, that this is going to pass is the same one that said, hey, we're 100% sure, but not quite on the last one. And it didn't float. So I don't know about y'all, but that's concerning to me that we don't know who vetted it. I know who vetted all of them. Peer did. That's who came up with them. You point, they move. You point, they move. This map came within 3 days. And like I say, it's not that hard. We've been putting maps together since we were 3 years old. As a matter of fact, my family had a map company in DeSoto County called My Day Maps. We mapped the entire county. Matter of fact, we mapped Marshall County, Senator Whaley. Those maps were so good, FedEx had them, UPS had them, all EMTs, first responders, fire, ambulance, and police. Sheriff Riley was there at the time, and it went to Sheriff Rasco. He bought them. Every salesman bought them. So I know a little bit about maps. It was a book map. You open it up, you find what street you wanted to go to, 70B. It had 6 sections, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. You go to the page and tell you what it was. You were handed out something. Hernando got drug into this. Now, I represent Horn Lake as well, and I love representing Horn Lake. I'm going to tell you, I didn't have them the first time, but I got them the second time. I go to Horn Lake meetings. I sponsor the Horn Lake Rodeo. I go to the Horn Lake VFW. I go everything Horn Lake has, ribbon cuttings, whatnot. If I'm representing a place, by God, I'm going to be there. I'm going to treat it just like Hernando, where I live. You got some handouts, and I apologize for having handouts, but by God, this is too important not to have. Let's see what's going on. In this map, there's only 4 senators, and by the way, this amendment is only the north half, and I want it added to Senator Kirby's south part of the map, please, because I wasn't privy to that when all these were printed up. So this is the north half that includes the DeSoto area that needs to be. 4 senators running compared to 5 with this map of Senator Kirby's. As a matter of fact, Senator Whaley, I believe, has 4 counties. These are partials in 2 of the counties and a full county in Marshall he's got to run. So if you count up all the precincts and how much this is going to cost in a primary, if it's a runoff, and a general, is over $200,000 in Senator Whaley's, that those counties are going to have to pay money. 4 senators in DeSoto run with that map. The same 4 that are there now. And nobody's paired. How about that? No one is paired. And you know what? The surprising thing on this map is the numbers are better than Senator Kirby's. Senator Kirby's got a 50.92 BVAP. Well, I've got one's 50.95, so that's better for the African Americans. Senator Kirby has 52.46 for Senator Jackson's district, which, oh, by the way, we'll be paired in. In my map, it's 53.09. It's higher. Oh, by the way, there's only 4 senators running. First map I went and saw, it had 9 in the northern part. We didn't really get serious about changing this map until this one came along. I guess I was supposed to, thank you, sir, may I have another, and accept what was given to me. But any of y'all that know me, y'all know I'm gonna fight. I'm gonna fight for what I think is right. I'm gonna vote how my people want me to vote. Now, if you get punished for that, I don't know. I don't know. All I know is I've got some handouts, and we're going to start. Let's start with the yellow one first, please. This is how Hernando got drug into this. This is the main witness in this lawsuit. Ms. Pamela McKelvey Hamner, an ex-TV newscaster for WRAG Channel 3 in Memphis. I've watched her for a long time. And I'm going to read it just for the cameras up here. One relevant witness on this additional consideration was Pamela Hamner. She was questioned about her campaign in DeSoto County, having been a candidate both in 2021 on the Board of Aldermen and in 2023 for the state Senate. Here's the question. I know you mentioned earlier that you campaigned in Horn Lake. Did you campaign in Hernando? No. Well, very little. Hernando, so when I ran in 21, I had the police called on me and people in my party. And some of the men, they told me, don't go out by yourself, which I'm glad I didn't. So I didn't spend a lot of time in Hernando. And my canvassers had the police called on them too. So when Ms. Hamner ran for alderman in Hernando, oh, wait a minute. She didn't run in Hernando. She ran in South Haven. Is South Haven mentioned anywhere in here? South Haven police may have called on her. Well, I called Chief Ellis. He's the police chief of Hernando. There's no record of the Hernando Police Department being called on a political candidate. Now, I don't know about you. I don't know if that's perjury. I don't know if that's just stretching the truth or misleading in the definition that I would say. Hamner described Hernando as the county seat. It's an older historic area too, but it's more rural and it's more white. Hernando are predominantly white. Hamner's trial testimony implies she and her party members were treated this way because she was a black candidate campaigning in a predominantly white area. She didn't run for alderman in Hernando, but Hernando got drug into it. Were you doing the questioning? Or is that? Okay, that was somebody else. But it is part of the case. Part of the case. That's called perjury. But yet, the courts took this. Nobody fought it. I wasn't asked to testify. Oh, and by the way, City of Hernando has an African-American alderman. He's been there 7 terms. My friend, Alderman Andrew Miller, came to my bedside when I was in the hospital, prayed over me. That's my city. Hell, yes, sir, I'm going to stand up. Can you show this next one? This is a resolution, City of Hernando Board of Aldermen. Resolution opposing any state redistricting plan that splits the voting precincts of Hernando West, Hernando Central, and Hernando East. City of Hernando is a thriving community committed to ensuring fair and equitable representation for all its residents. By the way, Hernando has an African-American alderman. South Haven does not. Olive Branch does not. Horn Lake, they got one. That's signed by the mayor and the Board of Aldermen. Now, I believe in this testimony that they said we shouldn't be splitting up Horn Lake. In this map, Horn Lake is split, but it's in 2 African-American districts. Senator Kirby's has Horn Lake, a portion of it, in a 22% BVAP, I think. I mean, we can pull the map and look, but it does have a portion of Horn Lake, which is a no-no, but yet it got vetted by somebody that we don't know who the name is, and we can't be told who it is. We have 8 high schools in DeSoto County. There they are. We have 7 above I-69. I don't know how many of y'all have been to DeSoto County. I-69 is kind of splitting it. That blue line there is I-69. You can see how it goes across the county. That's county line. Right here. Blue line. There's 1 high school south of I-69. I'm going to read these numbers. We have 8 high schools. If I gave everybody the question, how many are majority, minority? I bet nobody would come up with a number. For the 7 high schools that are above I-69, Center Hill, black population 566, white population 325. That's a majority minority. DeSoto Central, high school close to where Senator Parker lives, and Senator Blackwell. White population 701, black population 971. That's a majority minority high school. Horn Lake, where we're not supposed to split, it's supposed to be African American on the map, people. White 136, black 916 African Americans. Lake Cormorant on the west side of the county. It's where Walls, Mississippi, and Lake Cormorant, and some of the northern part of Eudora. White 309, black 493. That's a majority minority high school. Olive Branch, the next one closest to Senator Parker and Senator Blackwell. White 296, black 572. That's a majority minority high school. South Haven. White 343, black 1,131. That's a super majority minority high school. Lewisburg, who happens to be just above I-69. White 986, black 161. The only majority Caucasian high school above 69, that interstate. Then we get to the 1 high school who is below. So right now it's 6 majority minority and 1 Caucasian majority. Hernando High School, white 1,154, black 173. Now, children go to the high school where their parents live. And yet, Senator Kirby's map takes Hernando, 2/3 of it, and pairs it with Clarksdale, Mississippi, and all of Quitman County, all the way to the south part of Quitman County. It takes up Marks, takes in Senator Jackson, where he lives, and goes all the way to Tallahatchie County line? I don't believe Hernando, Mississippi should be in the minority district. That's why I am fighting for this map. You know, I'll be glad when this is over because I hadn't slept in 7 months over testimony that was fabricated or just maybe forgotten. I'm not sure. But how am I supposed to vet a map and compare apples to apples to what Senator Kirby's map was? I asked who it was. I cannot get an answer. I asked what the number was to send mine, but I couldn't send it. You know why? I didn't have Hattiesburg. I didn't have a complete map. We are taking two cultures and pairing them together. Now, my Democratic friends, y'all can close your ears or y'all can listen to this. But this came at integrity in elections from the Republican Party. On page 10. You got it? Thank you, sir. Mississippi Republicans believe redistricting should recognize core principles of keeping communities of interest together, preserving one man, one vote, and minimizing the deviation of population from district to district, and drawing compact districts with as few split precincts as possible. Well, folks, that ain't compact. The one that Senator Kirby has. Now, this one is. Let me refrain from what I just said. Senator Kirby's is not, but this one, Senator Jackson keeps every box he had in the Delta, except for a few in Tunica. But what he does get, he gets some of Horn Lake, gets more of Horn Lake, which, if we go back and look at the high school in Horn Lake, Mississippi, white, 136, black, 916. We come here to serve. It's not about self. I tried every way I could, starting out, to put myself in the black majority. The only way I could do it, without skipping over Senator Jackson, was to carry myself to Quitman County. It's not my fault that Senator Parker and Senator Blackwell live 2 miles apart. It's not my fault they live 3 miles from the Memphis, Tennessee state line. I live 16 miles. They may live 4. If we really want to do what the court said, you take this map, because the ACLU portion of the map, if you look at the new district, it runs in that yellow. It runs up the Tunica line, right across the top border. Oh, and by the way, on Senator Kirby's map, there's a little smidgen of taking one street just so we can connect 2 areas. One street that runs across the state line. We can pull it up and look at it. It's in Greenbrook Parkway, or Greenbrook. Look, I have every respect for everyone in here. This is the smartest people in Mississippi that make these state laws. And it's an honor to serve with each and every one of you. And you know, people have seen me fight for what I think's right over this. And at times I raise my voice and I shouldn't have, and I apologize to those that did. I apologize to them the other day. I apologize to Amanda. I apologize to anybody I've sent a text to erroneously. But by God, I love where I live. And it is not right to send Hernando, Mississippi, and pair him with Senator Jackson. It's not fair to Senator Jackson. It's not what the courts wanted. They did not want him paired with anybody. It's his district. It's District 11 that he represents. He's the incumbent. I couldn't make myself a BVAT without going to Quitman County and running against Senator Jackson. The only one that I could was Senator Parker, and it wasn't anything personal. It was the only way I could get it done. And it wasn't me. It was the beer. Again, this wasn't done on the back of an 86 Buick. This was done over here in the building on the 3rd floor. Vetted by the professionals that we have. Folks, I can sit here and talk till I'm blue. I've talked enough. I'm tired. I'm exhausted. I want to go home. But I don't want to be pushed out of here. Now, I'm going to say one more thing. Performance standards. We're using a system. You know, I know all of y'all remember when Mr. Olin Pickens came here, stood right here. He was 101 years old at the time, World War II vet. From Hernando, Mississippi. Fought in World War II, POW. Got caught in Africa. I think it was Rommel. He escaped after being a POW for about 6 months. And darndest luck, he got captured again. Double POW. This time it was in the freezing winter of France. He was stripped naked and thrown in a box next to somebody that was thrown in a box and stripped naked too. 2 boxes. Froze all night long. Woke up the next morning and the fella next to him had died from cold weather. But Mr. Pickens said the one thing that kept him alive, and I've heard this story enough that I could tell it, the one thing that kept him alive was the warm body of Jesus Christ that kept him surrounded. And I'm going to go tell him, I'm sorry, Mr. Pickens, you're going to go to Clarksdale because you vote too much. Really? We go by that kind of performance standard? That's part of the equation. My father-in-law, Robert Blythe, he served in the Navy. He was a Navy corpsman, retired Navy, lifetime. When he enrolled, he was 17 years old. He lied. He wanted to go with his brother, George. The Blythe brothers ended up on the aircraft carrier Essex. In 1962, in November, they happened to be near the Bay of Pigs. That was 8 days where the world was on the brink of disaster, extinction, where Russia had their fingers on the button to kill, and we had our fingers on the button to kill. And the Blythe brothers are sitting on the Essex those 8 days. Cuban Missile Crisis is what it's called. You can look back on history and it shows no one got killed in the Cuban Missile Crisis. Well, folks, I'm here to tell you, Robert Blythe saw his brother get in a helicopter, take off with 3 other men, headed towards Cuba. There was a ground-to-air missile that hit that helicopter, and he watched his brother plummet into the Bay of Pigs. He had to be restrained. He tried to go get him because he's a Navy corpsman. It's his brother. And I'm going to go home and tell that man the reason that I'm going to Clarksdale and Quitman County because I represent Hernando, who votes 40 and 50%, that you vote too much? Because that's part of our equation. It's a slap in the face to every veteran that's ever fought in a war or even served anywhere. That's part of an equation that we use. People, I think it's time to change. I've said enough. You know, I know Lieutenant Governor's staff has been running around, telling y'all, oh, that map's not vetted, that map's not vetted. Well, by God, who's their map vetted from? They won't tell us. Same people that vetted it last time, that dadgum map wasn't good enough. So we're going to let them go 2 for 2? I didn't have a chance to send mine. I didn't have Hattiesburg. I couldn't have sent it anyway because I didn't know where the heck to go. I'm going to ask that we take this map, we pass this map. The numbers are better than what Senator Kirby's map is. And I ask that we pass the amendment on the morning roll call.
Senator Kirby, you recognize.
I know this is hard for you guys to believe, but Senator McClendon and I are friends. And I hope we stay that way. But Senator McClendon's map affects 4 districts. Ours has 5. Senator Whaley has to run in ours, and he doesn't in his. He places Senator Parker in a very heavy now Democratic district, who lives right on the edge, I think, of his district now. That's the main thing. And as he said, he really hadn't demonstrated, because he wasn't sure how to do it, but hadn't demonstrated that either Senate District 2, which is the new minority district, or 11 will perform. So we're not sure about the performance. We're not sure how it'll work out. We don't know what the judges are going to say. We feel comfortable with ours, and because of the fact that the unknown professionals, companies that do several states all over the nation and have done ours for years, haven't done his. So I ask you to vote against this plan.
Since he used my name, can I talk to you?
Sir?
Since he used my... Okay. Thank you.
You're recognized to close, Senator.
Thank you. Performance standards. I get to go home and tell my father-in-law because Hernando, Mississippi votes too much. Really? That's part of the performance standard? Does that make y'all sick? Who's going to be able to go back and tell a veteran, oh, I heard that fellow talking on TV. Is that true? It's true. That's what we're using. Hernando High School. More Caucasian percentage than any in DeSoto County. Why wouldn't the minority majority district be on the top at the state line? It's nothing against District 2. It's the only way to make it happen and keep Senator Jackson coming up the river. The numbers are better than theirs. on both of them, both the minority-majority districts. He has a higher BVAP with mine. Senator Parker is just about the same. It's 50.9 to 50.95. It's exactly what the court order wanted. It's exactly what the plaintiffs wanted. They're telling you it's not going to get vetted by some fictitious company. We don't know who it is. I got mine vetted by professionals. I can tell you who mine's vetted by. I don't know how you go home and anyway. I appreciate everything y'all do. I appreciate y'all accepting me as one of y'all. I'm just a guy that was cutting the grass and a rezoning sign was being hammered in his front yard. That's how I got in this mess. I had no way did I ever think I'd be in politics. I got mad over a rezoning. Ran for Hernando Alderman. Here I stand. Ran for Senate and won by 238 votes against an incumbent. Wasn't nothing personal. Here I am. I'm asking you to please accept this map portion of the northern part and Senator Kirby's portion in the south on the morning roll call.
Asking for a morning roll call, that'll be division, and that will require 6 signatures. Otherwise, it's an aye vote, Senator. Need 6 to stand. If you would like morning roll call, I have 2. All right.
3. Go ahead.
I have 3.
They're popping like popcorn.
3. Mr. Clerk. There's insufficient. Right. We'll go by the aye vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Okay, the noes have it. Thank you.
Division. Everybody that said aye might as well stand up. Here comes one standing. Barry standing. Rita standing. Josh is standing.
Yeah. Okay, everybody back to your seat. Everybody back to your seat. Senator Blunt, Senator Carter, Senator Bryan. Okay. Everyone at their seat? All in favor of aye, please stand. Senator McClendon? 1, 2, 3, 4. Anyone else? Okay. Against? Negative? Those who vote negative, please stand. Amendment fails. All right, Senator Kirby. We have Senator Polk wants to speak on the final passage, sir. And Senator Hill does as well. Senator Hill, you want to speak first, please, ma'am? And Senator Polk, you'll follow.
I'll be very brief. I'm going to vote no on this whole thing. Not because of the work that anybody did here on this floor or attempting to comply with this court order. I'm going to vote no because I feel like Senator McClendon did, that was a very flawed case. And there were holes all in that case. And I feel like the state did not do a good job defending that case. And nor did the state choose to appeal. I read the case myself. I'm not an attorney, but I got pretty good comprehension. And we shouldn't be standing here. Senator McClendon shouldn't be in this situation. You shouldn't be in this situation. None of us should be in this situation, in my opinion. And I'm not pointing a finger at anybody specifically. I'm just saying in general. And we had a similar redistricting debacle back in 2011. And I think Mr. President knows all about that. And had Mr. President not been willing to fight, I wouldn't have an opportunity to sit in that seat right there, because they were trying to force the legislature to run under lines that the court was going to say how they ran, or that the maps that the Senate and the House never could agree on, that they were going to run on each one separately. And the president up there said the legislature is reserved the right under the Constitution to draw these lines, and the federal court has no business in it. And I'm going to sit down and I'm going to vote no, because I agree with the chair.
Senator Pope, and thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. So many of you have asked about me and the maps and how will it affect John Polk. I appreciate each and every one of you who has been worried about me. But as all of you know, my health has not been as robust this year as I wished. And it's time has come that I am not able to serve the people of Lamar County the way they deserve. I haven't quit totally, but I'm getting close to where I won't be able to do the job they asked me to do. So today is a good time to declare that I will not be a candidate for election in the special election this November. This bill makes that imperative. So this has been my greatest honor in my life, is serving with each and every one of you. I love y'all, even my Democrats. This is an opportunity that I thank my God every day for allowing me to do. So I'm going to vote for this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Pope. All right, your contributions have been significant, and you have made a great positive impact on the state of Mississippi. Senator Kirby.
Thank you. Senator Polk, you haven't left yet. We're not through with you, so we've got a lot of work to get out of you, and appreciate all that you've done. Mr. President, I don't know that we can say any more at this time. I'll ask for the use of morning roll call, but I got a feeling somebody's not going to want that. But ask for the use of roll call for final passage.
Anyone object to the procedure? Anyone object to the procedure? Seeing you do object to the procedure, Mr. Clerk, call the roll.
Barnett, Barrett, Berry, Blackman, Blackwell, Blunt, Boyd, Brumfield, Bryan, Butler, Carter, Chazanall, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingame, Frazier, Harkins. Hickman. Hill. Hobson. Horn. Jackson. Johnson. Jordan. Kirby. Ladner. McCon. McLendon. McMahon. Michelle. Norwood. Parker. Parks. Polk. Rhodes. Robinson. Seymour. Simmons of the 12th. Simmons of the 13th. Sparks. Suber. Tate. Thomas. Thompson. Turner Ford. Whaley. Wiggins. Williams. Younger. Barrett. Berry. Blunt. Brumfield. Delano. Jordan. Ladner. Parks. Simmons of the 13th. Whaley. Voting yes or yea. Barrett, Berry, Blackwell, Boyd, Carter, Chazanall, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingane, Harkins, Hobson, Johnson, Kirby, McCon, McMahon, Michelle, Parker, Parks, Pope, Rhodes, Robinson, Seymour, Simmons of the 13th, Sparks, Suber, Thompson, Turner Ford, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, and Younger. Voting no or nay, Barnett, Blackman, Blunt, Brumfield, Bryan, Butler, Chisholm, Frazier, Hickman, Hill, Horn, Jackson, McLendon, Norwood, Simmons of the 12th, Tate, and Thomas.
To the vote, Senator Ladner.
Yes. If Senator Jordan was here, he would vote no, and I'd vote yes.
Pair, Ladner, and Jordan. Senator Barnett.
To the vote, Mr. President.
Yes, sir.
I want to change my vote from no to yes.
Yes. Barnett. Anyone else? Anyone else?
Ma'am, Jordan didn't vote. He stepped out. Ladner didn't vote. He did the pair.
Vote of 33 to 16, the bill passes. We go to item 26, Senator Parker. Pass and retain 27. Pass and retain. We'll go to announcements. Announcement, Senate. Senator Blackwell for an announcement, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Tomorrow's pictures with the junior pages will be taken with the Lieutenant Governor and Senators Barnett, Boyd, Chasnow, and Wiggins, and that will occur after recess tomorrow.
Senator Chasnow,
Announcement.
please proceed.
The Tourism Committee will meet tomorrow morning at 9:20 in room 210. We have two quick bills to consider before the next meeting.
9/22/10, Senator Fillingane,
Thank you, Mr. President, for an announcement.
please proceed.
Tomorrow at 2 o'clock in room 216, the Judiciary B Committee will meet.
Judd B, 216, Mr. Clerk. Senator Whaley. I'm sorry, Senator Parks.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to announce that the local and private legislation deadline is March the 14th.
March the
Reminder.
14th, Senate, March the 14th. Senator Bryan.
Public Health and Welfare will meet immediately upon recess or adjournment in room 216.
216, immediately upon recess or adjournment. Senator Horn.
Thank you, Mr. President. Introduction of a resolution out of order and an announcement following that.
While he's coming to the podium, Senator England,
Announcement, Mr. President.
please proceed.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Elections Committee will meet tomorrow at 4 p.m. in room 216.
4 p.m., 216. Mr. Clerk, please read the title. Senator Horn.
Extend sincere sympathy of the Senate and to surviving family and friends of Hinds County Deputy Sheriff Martin Shields, Jr.
Senator Horn for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. President. As many of you are aware, we did an adjourn in memory for the fallen officer, and this is the resolution that the Senate is putting forth to pay tribute to him. And I would ask that we have the entire Senate sign on to the resolution.
Thank you.
Without objection.
Okay. Anyone who objects, please see the Secretary. Otherwise, we'll have the entire Senate. Senator Sparks.
Announcement, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
Tomorrow, the 45th annual luncheon of BIPEC will be at the old Capitol Inn from 11:30 to 1.
11:30 to 1, BIPEC luncheon tomorrow. Senator Parker.
Thank you, Mr. President. With unanimous consent, I'd like to be added to item number 4, Senate Bill 2844, and item number, I believe it was 11, Senate Bill 3169 on today's calendar.
4 and 11, Mr. Clerk. Senate Bill 3169 and 2844. Seeing no objection granted. Senator Barnett.
Announcement, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Corrections will meet tomorrow at 9:30 in room 210 or immediately after tourism in room 210. Thank you.
210, 9:30 in the morning. Senator Norwood.
Introduction of the resolution out of order, Mr. President.
Please proceed. Senator Wiggins.
Announcement and adjourn in memory, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
Announcement, Judiciary A will have its standing meeting tomorrow at 3 p.m. And when we adjourn, would like to adjourn the Senate in the name of Mrs. Marion Hester Trigg of Goche, who passed away a couple days ago. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Wiggins. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Congratulate JSU Dr. Byron DeAndre Ori upon his election as president of Southern Political Science Association.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Any other announcements? Any other announcements? Thank you for your hard work, difficult day. Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in recess until 5 p.m., at which time the Journal will reflect we're adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.